So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, world over, wherever you are. A very happy morning to each one of us, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and of course, nearly good night at certain places. Wherever you are, world over, today, Wednesday, 12th of August 2020, when you talk about India, because basically the beaming is being done from here to the whole world, the World Youth Day celebrations, Vishwa Yuva Divas. Now, this particular day is very important day every year, which is being celebrated, jubilated, congratulated, and so much is happening world over. But this year, due to the coronavirus, due to the pandemic, we all are locked, and particularly 1.86 billion children are with their parents at this point of time, not able to go to school, colleges, universities, institutions, wherever they are studying at this point of time, and they're with their parents. However, at the same time, like doctors, nurses, paramedical people, they are the great warriors. Those are trying to do justice with their profession. At the same time, to save every child the best possible way, intellectual way, cerebrum way, all the educators, all the teachers, all the principals, all the vice chancellors, directors, technocrats, counselors, psychiatrists, everybody world over is trying their level best to reach out the children so that everyone remains positive, energetic, vibrant. And when you have a positive body and a positive mind, nothing can stop you in this world. You will pass over the corona also, and you will pass over this difficult time also. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud privilege. We are starting this morning at almost now 9:33, and we will be rolling this program till 9 p.m. non-stop. Various activities throughout the day you have got. I will unveil in a little while and tell you what all is in the storage and what are we doing, how are we proceeding, what exactly is being done. This program is being brought to you from India, from International Chamber for Service Industry, which is the one which brought Bharatiya Parvasi Divas to India. Before that, there used to be Punjabi Parvasi Divas. And then, of course, the great gentleman, young, vibrant boy, Mr. Amit Pundir, who is the managing director of the Think Unique Infomedia. So together, this program is being brought. Hearty welcome to each one of you. Now, I do not know which part of the world I should start from and where from I start. Let me go with the time zones a little bit so that I can work out. नमस्कार प्रणाम हार्टी वेलकम टू ईच वन ऑफ अस इन इंडिया जहां पर भी भारत के किसी भी राज्य में किसी भी जगह पर आप हैं आप सबका आज सुबह शुभ स्वागत है विश्व युवा दिवस पर जो वर्ल्ड यूथ डे है और जो हर साल अपने तरीके से मनाया जाता है यहां से थोड़ा आगे चलता हूं मिडिल ईस्ट में तो वहां पर दोहा कतर में अबू धाबी में शारजा में दुबई में ओमान में कुवैत में हमारे सब लोग अभी जग रहे हैं मॉर्निंग चाय पी है उन लोगों ने और उठ के कुछ लोग जॉगिंग भी कर रहे हैं वॉक के लिए भी हैं कुछ एक घर के अंदर ही जिम बना के अपना ख्याल रख रहे हैं बिकॉज यू गॉट टू बी टेकिंग केयर ऑफ योर हेल्थ एंड ऑफ कोर्स योर वेलनेस व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट इट मेंटली यू गॉट टू बी स्ट्रांग एंड फिजिकली यू गॉट टू बी स्ट्रांग बोथ आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थोड़ा सा और आगे चलता हूं तो सेंट्रल एशिया में उज्बेकिस्तान कजाकिस्तान तुर्कमेनिस्तान किर्गिस्तान वो सारे एरियाज के साथ साथ साउथ एशिया में आता हूं तो भूटान में नेपाल में श्रीलंका में मालदीव्स में जो लोग हमारे साथ आज सुबह हैं we extend you a very very hearty welcome. There are non-resident Indians also and there are the natives of the general places and particular countries and cities, so we extend you a very hearty welcome for joining us. अभी आपको थोड़ा आगे लंच पे लिए चलता हूं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में न्यूजीलैंड में और फिजी में चाहे मैं मेलबर्न में हूं चाहे मैं एडलेड में हूं चाहे मैं ब्रिस्बेन में हूं चाहे मैं किसी और भी जगह में हूं और कॉफ्स हार्बर से वुलगुल्गा में इस समय 2000 लोग इस प्रोग्राम को देख रहे हैं फेसबुक वॉच पार्टी पर एंड दे ऑल आर हैविंग बनाना प्लांटेशन बीइंग डन ऑन बोथ साइड ऑफ द रोड व्हेन यू आर वॉकिंग and when you are moving by road from Woolgoolga to Sydney 8 hours journey there's a place on the way called Coffs Harbour. There also people have joined 170 बच्चे जो इस समय होटल मैनेजमेंट का कोर्स ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कर रहे हैं they are also a part of this particular program extending a very hearty welcome. Those are in New Zealand at different places, hearty welcome to you. And there is a place in New Zealand called Kargil also. It is the southern tip, extreme southern tip down below. I'm so grateful 22 बच्चे इंडियन, those are there, they are also watching this particular program. Hearty welcome to you, thanks for joining this program. फिजी के अंदर हमारे बहुत सारे बच्चे, हमारी कंट्रीमैन, those are joining us. Hearty welcome to you also, including Mr. Chaudhry's family. थोड़ा और आगे आता हूं तो आसियान आ जाता है। आसियान में लोगों ने ब्रेकफास्ट वगैरह एंजॉय कर लिया है, लंच की थोड़ी तैयारी कर रहे हैं, बीच में हमारे साथ कुछ देर के लिए होंगे। सो राइट फ्रॉम म्यांमार, कंबोडिया, लाओस, सिंगापुर, मलेशिया, थाईलैंड, इंडोनेशिया, फिलीपींस, ब्रुनोई, वियतनाम, all the places when you're joining us. And how can I forget a young couple which is in Bahrain, and you have got about 260 families of Indians right over there. Thank you very much for joining, making education relevant, deliberations, celebrations, World Youth Day, Vishwa Divas, भारतीय जितने भी बाहर हैं, there are more than 30 million Indians abroad at this point of time, which our chamber is directly associated with. So we extend you a very warm welcome wherever you are. थोड़ा सा और आगे चलता हूं तो बहुत ही सुबह है, और मुझे याद है कि पिछले कुछ दिनों के प्रोग्राम में एक मैडम मिश्रा हैं जिनका कोई स्कूल इसमें वसंत कुंज में है. She joined us at 3 o'clock early in the morning for this program. And today Barbara Moss is joining us from UK, from Guildford, from University of Surrey early in the morning. I would say, I know it's quite early for you, but thank you very much for joining. So all our brothers and sisters, those are in Europe, if you are sleeping, sleep, no problem. Dream about World Youth Day. You can join us during the daytime, no problems. But those are awake, you can be a part of it, and you can be with us. Let me move a little further. Africa, different continent. In that particular area, different countries, people are joining us. Great, hearty welcome to all of you. People, those are in Mauritius, पोर्ट लुइस के अंदर आप सब लोगों का भी शुभ स्वागत है. 60% population of Mauritius comes from Bihar, because the what do you call sugarcane plantation, when we talk about. Recently when we met a couple of people over there, it was a great pleasure to meet all of them, and they were sharing. So many people have gone from Bihar to Mauritius. Seychelles में थोड़ा आगे आ जाता हूँ. So a lot of people are joining from there. Thank you very much for joining us. अब आपको शाम हो जाती है और लेके चलता हूँ कनाडा में, अमेरिका में और लैटिन अमेरिका में. अब कनाडा में आता हूँ तो पीपल आर ज्वाइनिंग अस फ्रॉम टोरंटो, मिसिसागा एंड डाउनटाउन ओंटारियो. यू आर इन विनिपेग, यू आर इन एडमिंटन, यू आर इन क्यूबेक, you are in Calgary, you are at the same time on the west coast in the British Columbia, Surrey. Hearty welcome to each one of you for joining us from Canada. Let me come to United States also. People join us from New York, people join us from Chicago, people join us from Los Angeles, California, a couple of places. And thank you very much, our immediate past president, Professor Satinder Dhiman, the recipient of the Best Management Professor Teacher Award of America, joining us from Woodbury University, Burbank this evening. Thank you very much. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I come to Latin America. I know it's evening, and some of us, you always tell me that Dr. Gulshan Sharma, you speak very fast, and it is difficult sometimes for us to assimilate what are you talking, because most of us we speak Spanish language. But ladies and gentlemen, time is money, and thereby I think soon you will have the Google translation in all languages possible, whatsoever is there, and you will be able to get these notes from India all the way from ICSI. Let me flip through some slides quickly before we start our today's session. Historic moment in India. The Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, his cabinet, and the Education Minister, Dr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank, they have given the new dimension, new education policy, the school, the colleges, universities, whatever we talk about, and particularly your internship, your vocational, and particularly skills, competencies, and at the same time, children getting breakfast also in school and lunch also in school, and at the same time, aapke baste ka wajan kam ho jaye, that also to be taken into consideration, and government declaring that 6% of the GDP. So Kasturi Rangan ji, you are wherever in Karnataka, आपको बहुत बहुत नमस्कार और प्रणाम. आपकी टीम ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, एंड ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने उस दिन जब बातचीत की सब लोगों से और हायर एजुकेशन के लिए 1 घंटे से ज्यादा वार्तालाप हुआ. So that is the discussion and deliberation when 1000 vice chancellors also joined. we are proud of. But remember, the school education is the base of the foundation. If the school education and the premier education and the primary education and the basic education, if that foundation is strong, you can build your multi-stories wherever you want. So multi-exit and multi-entry systems, which have been after 1 year, you can get the certificate after 2 years diploma, 3 years degree, 4 years. You need not to go for MPhil and you can go for your PhD. What a beautiful kind of a note. And children, right from the sixth class, studying now coding, that is another dimension which is added up. What a beautiful journey. I wish and I pray, and our chamber is looking forward to that particular day. So, our first panelists, those are coming this morning, they will discuss about school education. I am not getting into the details, major reforms, higher education, post lunch, we will have the deliberation. Some of the highlights we will take on the national education policy you all will have. This is the chamber which I represent as a director general. And after leaving Indian Army and after leaving Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, when I took over the reins and responsibility, and initially over the years when we moved in 1994 in India for the first time, there was a confluence of Punjabi Parvasi Divas. And thereafter in 2003, then the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, gave the birth to Bharatiya Parvasi Divas, and thereafter you are having so much of confluence, and be proud of it. In 2019, the maximum FDI in any country from world over by the NRIs is being brought to India. Our chamber is totally focused on services sector, and when we talk about services, education plays very important role for all of us. 5th of June, when we talk about, very important day for all of us. Why? Because UNESCO, United Nations, and when our chamber, all research scholars and our presidents and our advisors world over in 149 countries, when we synthesize the information, if you have seen a program of DNA Sudhir Chaudhary about 1 week back on the Z television, if you have not seen, it's available on the YouTube. You can go on the Z television. You can see the DNA. It comes at 9 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Do watch that program. The next crisis world over in the world, misunderstanding among the nation, is going to be on water sharing, water conservation, water scarcity, and some of the countries building dams and stopping the water so that there's a scarcity of the water in the receiving countries. At the same time, whenever they would like to give a tough time to the people, they will open the sluice gates and the dams, and the water will be overflowing, and you have the floods. So flood and drought, both the situations. So ladies and gentlemen, you got to save every drop of the water, and that is from the United Nations also, and that is from the Ministry of Environment and Forest also, and that is by the Ministry of Water Resources in India also. There is a separate ministry which is dealing with Jal Sanrakshan, how to save every drop of the water. Children, when you are at home with your parents, at present the responsibility of the parents is multifold. Teach children how to save every drop of water. If the water is going to be saved, if you are going to utilize water judiciously, a lot of good things will happen world over. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a wonderful morning. It's a beautiful morning. It's a global morning. And it's a confluence of the educators, scholars, visionaries, and whatsoever you can think of, the research people, the counseling people, the psychology people, and of course, most important are technocrats, because technical people are bringing change, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, Internet of Things, blockchains, whatsoever you can think of. Today, you would be meeting a galaxy of the celebrities whole day from morning till evening, and we will have lots of deliberations. You will also have the higher education. You will also have the Honorable Minister for Water Resources, that is the Jal Shakti, along with the Honorable Education Minister's daughter, Arushi Nishankpan. She would also be joining us this evening, and the water conservation. And from the world over, the youth are joining. And those are watching this particular program during the day. If you want, any principal, any teacher who is interested that your school child should get opportunity, then I will share with you. There is an email called innovation@icsi.asia. Innovation@icsi.asia. And on this email, you can send the name of the child. And this evening, the child can log in. They can be the part of it. And it is for the women empowerment. We are taking only girl child. So girl child from world over, anybody who is interested. And already we have got registration for good about 9,000 girls from the world over who would be the part of this particular process. Few of them, they will get an opportunity to share their thought process with the Honorable Minister, that how the water and what exactly is the message this girl child would like to give. It's so rightly said by somebody. When you educate a male member, you educate individual. When you educate a female, you educate next 7 generations. That is something which we got to understand. And ladies and gentlemen, during this lockdown, during this coronavirus, during this pandemic, one of the sector which has been hit very badly, that is called the MSME sector, micro, small and medium enterprise. And when I speak to Sir Ken Robinson, who is a legend who migrated from Europe to America, and he's an authority on policy making on education. When you talk about what pedagogies, what andragogies, what revolution, what is creativity, what is collaboration, and what exactly the system of education. When I talk to him and we discuss with each other, and he says, there should be a purpose of education. Why education? Why to study a particular subject? Why am I going to school? What am I picking up? How it's going to be meaningful to me in my life? What is the use of that diploma, doing an electrician diploma from a polytechnic, and you do not know how to replace the choke or how to replace a starter of the tube in your own residence? What is the use of such a program? It's of no use, absolutely of no use. So this evening, micro, small and medium enterprise, immediately the former CMD, the chairman and the managing director, National Small Scale Industries, when I talk about, it is under the Ministry of MSME. And I'm proud to say this moment right over here early in the morning to the whole world that our chamber, 3 years we have been giving our inputs that the manufacturing sector and the services sector have to be brought together, because future is services, not exclusively manufacturing. Including manufacturing is also dependent on services sector, because if you purchase a car, the service has to be done. And if the service is done properly, then only the car will run properly. So I'm so grateful to Honorable Prime Minister. I'm so grateful to Nitin Gadkari ji. I'm so grateful to Nirmala Sitharaman ji that during this particular lockdown and pandemic, when the other day Finance Minister announced 5 different verticals of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision to make India self-reliant, over there she talked about that, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to announce today, she announced that now onward, manufacturing sector and services sector will be at par in India. 3 years we have been knocking the doors of the ministry. We have been going, giving a lot of roadmaps, action plan, white papers, and whatsoever strategies. And finally, this year saw the daylight. We are grateful. So this evening, 6:45 to 7:30, you will have on the MSME. And finally, 7:45 p.m. onward, we will have the recognition, felicitation, celebration, jubilation, congratulation, and the award ceremonies, whatsoever we talk about. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly share today's program with you. And before that, of course, we have got this morning distinguished guest with us. They are already with us over here. I would like to share quickly the program so that we all can have a look at it. I think this program, is it seen by everybody? This program, can it be seen? Okay, let me just come back again. Yes, it's right over here. Can you see the program? Great. So ladies and gentlemen, the first session of this morning is the International Curriculum in Schools, Current Trends and Emerging Needs panel discussion. And we have got a distinguished guest with us. And this particular panel is going to discuss with us innovative practices in school education, comprehensive, thematic, creative curriculum with a clear process of learning and with specific learning goals for every subject. This particular session will be chaired and moderated by Mr. Arun Mukhopadhyay, the CEO of the Rungta Group of Schools, India. Along with him, we have got esteemed guests and the distinguished speakers, Mr. Anil Arora, Principal, Cambridge International School, Dasuha. We have also got with us Rakesh Singh Tomar, the founder principal, Indian School, Muscat, and we have got Richa Agnihotri, principal, Sanskrit School, and we have got Sanjay Yadav, principal, Alcon International School, and might be there are some last moment changes and some other speakers also might have joined, because as it happens, ladies and gentlemen, when you're organizing a global program, it goes that way that you got to have permutation, combinations, and lots of changes. And let me share early in the morning, because today is a happy Janamashtami. It was also celebrated yesterday in India, but some of us, we are celebrating today, and we celebrated it with more enthusiasm when it's a national holiday. People feel very happy when it's a holiday. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you from the heart. From heart, I'm a soldier, but accidentally, I'm a teacher. When I say from heart, I'm a soldier, because I'm 70 years young. I joined Indian Army, wanted to retire from there only, but destiny had something different in the storage. The person who ran after 11th standard not to study further and joined the Indian Army because my father, my grandfather, but something else, the destiny has got in a storage. I did my master's, I did my PhD, moved on deputation to Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, set up the first institute for the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, IITTM, Indian Institute of Travel and Tourism Management, drafted the first MBA Tourism for India in 1990. And this is a long journey. Either you get something in your life, what is your passion? And if you don't get what is your passion, then start enjoying it, what comes on your way, make it your passion. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I hand you over to Mr. Arun Mukhopadhyay, and here are the celebrities this morning for the first session, and a great welcome and a hearty welcome and a pleasure to have all of you. And wherever, whatever country you are in at this point of time, I would request each one of you put your hands together and let's start this morning's session. And I hand you over to Arunji.
So, namaste. And good morning, Mr. Dr. Sharma. It's a wonderful day. I think you have organized the program. It's a day as we celebrate Janmashtami, Youth Day. So this is very, very important day for all of us. And without taking much time, I think there is a very tight schedule as you explained to us. We take us to a short journey of our 1 hour time to discuss. The topic which has been given to us for the panel discussion is the international curriculum in school, the current trend and the emerging needs. So we have with us a very, very strong panel members, very veteran educators, principal. Let me start with Mrs. Richa Agnihotri. Mrs. Agnihotri is the principal of Sanskriti Public School. She has a long experience with the British school Chanakapuri. She was basically a teacher of physics, and now she's the leader. I think Mrs. Agnihotri is here. Yes, Mrs. Agnihotri. Good morning, Mrs. Agnihotri. Welcome you. We have Mr. Rakesh Singh Tomar. Mr. Tomar, you are present here. Mr. Tomar. So Mr. Tomar is the founder principal.
He'll be joining us a little later.
Okay. Mr. Rakesh Singh Tomar is the founder principal of the Indian school Balsa Oman, Muscat. So he would be joining us shortly. So I welcome Mr. Rakesh Singh Tomar. Mr. Sanjay Yadav is a very, very seasoned educationist, principal, a man of physics. I was reading to his a bit profile, and I think he claimed himself as a physicist and the leader. Okay, it's a long time teaching physics at the same time at present in the Alcon School in Delhi. Then we have Mr. Anit Arora. Mr. Anit Arora has a long-standing teaching and leadership career. Currently, he is working with the James Group and posted in Cambridge International School in Dasua in Punjab. So this is the brief introduction about myself. My name is Arup. And basically, I started my career in a small school in Delhi called Mirambika, grown to Mothers International from Rishi Valley. It's a very alternate educational field I come from. And then I went to United Nations Development Program, UNDP, returned to India, started heading schools. Currently, head a group of school called Sanjay Gupta Group of Schools in India, the strategic consultant from Royal Global School in Guwahati. Then I have a group of school in Imphal in Northeast. At the same time, I work for a group of school in Tanzania in Africa, setting up a boarding school, their strategic operation and all. So I thank you, all of us, each one of us for being here and joining this. At the same time, my thanks to Gulshan Sarmaji for inviting me to moderate the session, and all the attendees, the viewers, those who are here from the different parts of the world, I welcome you all. So let me start this program with Mr. Anit Arora. I was wondering that the time when this national new education policy came, very, very recently, I think we will be taking a lot of reference from there. So the guidelines and the direction of the program or the discussion I was thinking of, that will be started with our understanding with the international curriculum, national curriculum and state curriculum. We have a very shallow understanding about the curriculum. We often mix with syllabus and curriculum. I think I request the panel members, so you need to speak one line at least to ensure that the people understand the details and the differences between the syllabus and the curriculum, what the curriculum means. How this international curriculum is relevant in Indian standard, Indian culture, Indian of 21st century. How will the national education policy, new national education policy, will be aligned with our international curricula? And the last I thought of that will be whether adoption of international curricula broadly impact our international education system of national education policy. How will be reaching closer to us? Why international curriculum? What are the benefits of it? And how the emerging trends are. So let me hand over the stage to Mr. Anit Arora to express his view. Mr. Anit, your session start. You would be getting 8 minutes time, followed by a question of 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much, Gulshan sir, for giving us this opportunity. And believe me, you have stated very beautifully. And to start with, to tell you about myself, see, I'm a very passionate person into education. I did my engineering in computer science, and I came into this profession by choice. So it was a love marriage to this profession. So I believe that each day should be a day of learning for each one of us. Now, as Mr. Arup very rightly said, that we need to start with about curriculum. See, what I personally believe that Newton has never given a different formula for different curriculum. Like Newton never told that this law would be different for CBSE or IGCSE or IB or any curriculum, state or national. Now, how curriculums are different? Like, what is the basic difference? It is towards the approach, it is the assessment, and the outcome. So generally, we have to understand that why the student is studying, like what kind of flexibility they get. Now, if you study a state curriculum, you will have different options for you. If you study a national curriculum, then you will have some different approach and different assessment pattern for that. But once you study international baccalaureate or Cambridge curriculum, then the things are entirely different. Now, before understanding this, we need to understand that what is the role of teaching, like what is the role of learning. The basic role of learning is problem solving. My definition for education is, it is toning up of your brain muscles. Whether you study any curriculum, you study anything, it's all about problem solving and toning up of your brain muscles. Now, the current curriculum which we are following in our country, it's more about knowledge. It's more about content. Now we have to shift that knowledge towards application and skill. how it has to be done. As Mr. Gulshan sir very rightly said, that even after doing their diploma, even after doing their engineering, most of the engineers don't know how to fix up a choke, how to fix up a small problem of electricity inside the house. So the application part of it, we interview quite a lot of people, and we basically feel that an engineering graduate is not able to write a code for 5 lines. When we check with physics teachers, they are basically confused after doing their MSc. What is an alternating current? What is the difference between current and voltage? So the idea behind this is that what exactly we want the students to understand, to learn, what should be the outcome. And the current system which we are following, there is so much of peer pressure and fear into the system. The child is not able to understand what they are good at. And probably with the peer pressure, with the pressure of their parents, they take up something which they might not be interested into. And then maybe later in the age of 28, 29, when they realize that their current academic qualification is not matching their skill set. So I personally feel that the idea for any board should be at the right age, at the age of 10, 11. We should give them enough opportunity for every child, so that they can understand what potential, what skills they are blessed with. And then we need to give them some support how they could actually enhance those skills. So it has to be equal opportunity for all the subjects. We cannot be rigid that only IIT, JEE, or NEET, or these kind of careers would exist, because we are living into a state where we never know that how exactly things are going to take shape after 10 years, after 20 years. We all sitting here cannot predict what kind of job set or skill set would be required in 2030. We all are simply guessing about it. So the curriculum which is right for the students at this point of time, which should not be exactly with summative assessment. They need to give them some open channels to learn. They need to give them quite a lot of flexibility, which the new education policy is actually giving. Now, what I feel the biggest problem into any curriculum is that we attach direct marks to it. We say that 98%, you have got 98%, you have got 97%, you have got 95%. And believe me, that is not the right way to check the to check the capability of any child. Because if we go to our old age system, when Arjun, Bhim, Nakul, Sahdev, they all used to go to Gurukul, we never know how much marks they got. So it is the marking system which is creating all the problems into our system, because we label every student with some set of marks, that you have received this much of marks in sciences, this much marks of in mathematics. So you should learn this, you should not learn this. So I think we need to go beyond. We have attached so much of fear within our system, and this is the reason these kids are not able to explore all the possibilities. So now coming to the international curriculum gives you this kind of flexibility. It does not actually forces the child to fix on only STEM learning. And as you're studying sciences, you can take up some subjects for humanities. So they have got pool of different subjects from where they can choose. And then it is not exactly knowledge based. They can always explore. They have to write their extended essay. They have got different casts. They have got different areas where they collaborate, where they think, and it is their original thought process. It is not something which is given in the book. So what I personally feel that though it is not very widely accepted in India, because the moment they take up their degrees, they go out somewhere. Many of the colleges have their different reservations. So, but what I feel that the child should be allowed to study the subject of their own choices, and every opportunity should be open even after uh, at any level. Suppose if I've taken physics today, but after 1 or 2 years I feel that I'm not very much interested into that, then I should always have some option to go back and revisit what I was good at and then move forward in life. So this flexibility is provided in different curriculums. Now in our new education policy also, like quite a lot of this flexibility is there. Then the best part of international curriculum is that it is interdisciplinary, because our brain does not have a kind of a switch that now you study English, now you have to study physics, now you have to study sciences or social sciences. So the education at a particular level, especially in the formative years, it has it has to have an interdisciplinary approach where the child enjoys, and the curriculum should not be simply bounded by some some parameters, or like it should flow as per the questioning of the students. So if the students are questioning, if the students are into learning, then the curriculum should take place accordingly. So it has to be with the form of discussion, as we do for PYP, as we do for IB PYP, where the child decides how they need to learn, how they need to progress. So it is the group of the students who would actually give direction to the curriculum, though they have their final objectives that this every child should learn after a particular age or after a particular time. But the child gets an opportunity to explore. So they talk, they collaborate, they find out. So that gives them an opportunity to find out what skills they are having and how they could actually enhance that. So the fear of examination, the fear of getting selections, or fear of failing should be removed from the system. I think this fear which we have created, though it is a very artificial fear which we have created, this is not bringing best out of our children. So if we want that these children should explore and they should reach heights, so the fear of these kind of different systems should be removed, like fear of parents, fear of society, fear of marks, fear of uh, taking up different subjects, uh, exploring, risk taking. So these has to be taken care of. And I believe that the biggest skill or the most important skill in 21st century would be risk taking ability. Now during this COVID times, we have seen that uh, most of the teachers, they have understood what is required from them, and they rose to the occasion, and now they are doing great job in online teaching, and nobody was trained into that. So it was their ability to solve the problem, it was their ability to analyze, which is actually making this online system very successful. And believe me, once this problem is over, there would be many takers for online education. The homeschooling would start, and now there is a possibility that even a teacher from Punjab would teach anywhere. Like they could be a part of some teaching learning process in Canada, Australia, UK, and teachers from Australia will teach us. So I think this has opened quite a lot of possibilities, and anyone who will work hard, who would who is ready to unlearn, they would survive for next 20 years, next 30 years. So this is what I would like to say, and I would like to sum up that: make learning your hobby, enjoy what you are doing, and remove fear from the system. And if any curriculum is giving this, I think that is the way forward. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gulshan sir, Arup sir, and all the panelists for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arora. I have jotted down few points from your talk, which will be very interesting to share with you. Really, everybody, and you also mentioned that very interesting part of an international curriculum is flexibility. Okay, the flexibility offer, and my second take from your point is an interdisciplinary. Okay, so keep in mind that flexibility of the curriculum and the interdisciplinary teaching. If we really look at the national education program, the new national education program. In that, how do you ensure that we offer the flexibility and interdisciplinary learning in Indian context? We know our Indian teachers. We know how our teachers have been trained. The teachers training have not been changed for a long time, and the teachers are ultimately they going to deliver it. Okay, so how they will be bringing the two important features of flexibility and interdisciplinary teaching. Could you please tell me? I have a question from Mrs. Preeti Sharma. Preeti Sharma asked this question that we only know the marks, okay, rather than knowledge. The how do you bringing and bridging them together in this slide? So another 2 minutes for you to respond.
Arup sir, it's a wonderful question, and thank you very much for asking this question. First of all, we need to create an environment where people should join teaching with choice. Like teaching, we need to make teaching a profession where people are passionate about it. So if they are passionate about it, they enjoy what they are doing, believe me, these things would happen automatically. You were talking about trainings, you were talking that how they would actually follow interdisciplinary approach. Now, seeing the national curriculum, the new curriculum which has come up, now it is too early to say about these, because now other different boards will come up with their objectives, that how exactly they are going to frame their syllabus and what approach they would follow. So I believe that if not interdisciplinary, then thematic or some approach has to be done. And a very strong teachers training system has to be adopted in our country, where every after 2 years or 3 years, they have to gain some credits, they have to go for some refresher course, where they are actually evaluated so that they are like they are ready to teach in the class. Because we don't have any agency in our school, any agency in our system where we say that you are a qualified principal or you are a qualified this. Whereas if we talk about other industries, we have got all the certificates and diplomas for that. Now, coming to the system, now when we talk to grade 9 student, grade 10 student, and they do things wonderfully on paper. But believe me, go to the students of grade 5, grade 6, ask them which soap you are using. Ask the next question, what is the weight of that soap? Which company manufactures that soap? So, like basic thinking skills, observation skills, this is missing into our system. And probably like when we ask these questions to quite a lot of students, they would say, my soap weighs around 10 kgs, 1 gram, 3 kgs, 1 kg. So what kind of marks they get? They get 90%, 95% of marks. But you give them a normal glass, ask them how much water this glass can hold, and you will get answers from 1 gram till 100 liters to 10 liters. And if you see their marks are 90%, 95% marks. So interdisciplinary approach, removing fear from the system, and allowing students to explore their possibilities would be the way forward. And a very, very strong teachers training system has to be adopted by the country. Then only we would be able to get success into this. So this is what
thank you so much, Mr. Aura. I think we need to start where the pedagogy stand. Once the pedagogy stand, and I think we need to know what is the taught curriculum all about. Once we understand the taught curriculum all about, I think our assessment, I think there's a question that how do you remove the fear from the student's mind, the children's mind, and that's very, very important, that assessment criteria. How do you set your assessment? Unless the assessment in such a child-friendly way that I think if you have still now, if you understand your domain remain this knowledge-based question or the skill-based question, you cannot fear, because children will be able to try to remember the things. Recall will be playing a very, very important role. I mean, see, it depends on that how you really want to conduct your examination. So national education policy plan in such a way that there would be an innovation in the setting of the question paper. That most of the question paper should be based on that analytical skill, will be taking your analytical skill. So I think we need to plan such a way that our teachers are well trained. If we need to really bridge the gap of a national curriculum and international curriculum, and that's make the international curriculum worldwide popular, because the product when they come out, I think they show certain kind of maturity, the certain kind of risk taking and critical thinking, which may not all curriculum address. So thank you, Mr. Arora. Thank you for your viewpoint. My next panelist, I invite Mrs. Richa Agnihotri. Mrs. Richa Agnihotri is the principal of Sanskriti Public School, and she has a long career with an international curriculum. I read her CV and a short biodata. She was for a longer time with one of the top international school in Delhi, is a British school, Chanakapuri, if I'm not wrong, and taught physics for a long time, have been promoting international baccalaureate theory of knowledge for quite some time. So I think I can't find a better speaker than her to enlighten my audience with international baccalaureate, CAIE, IB, and all the curriculums, and give you a prominent light in national education policy, how we can bring them back. The stage is for you, Mrs. Agnihotri.
Thank you, Arup. Thank you very much. And thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to this forum. I'd like to begin by the question that you asked on flexibility. And I firmly believe that the National Curriculum Framework, the NCF 2005, nor the CBSE, and I'm only working with CBSE, have ever questioned flexibility. So CBSE does not ask you to stream. CBSE does not say take physics with maths, but don't take it with history. The issue lies with higher education institutes and not with schools. So let's get that straight. That the reason why schools offer streams is because universities will not give you admission if you do not have combinations of subjects. And often, and even now we see that if you're moving from science to humanities, and they will cut 5% marks, and if you're moving from here to there, and those kind of strange, regulations that have been brought into university admission. So the flexibility does not, the choice of flexibility does not stay with the board or the schools, it stays with higher educations. And one hopes that with the NEP talking about flexibility, higher educations will start looking at differently. My second point again is about higher education, which is about percentages. So if we look at grades and percentages and why there is so much focus on percentages, it again boils down to parental expectations and university expectations. So I cannot hope to even dream of an education in Delhi University if my percentage is not 95% or above. So you meet children and say, how did you do? Oh, I didn't do well, I only got 95. So we need to question that, and boards also are then stuck with the kind of assessments which is happening because universities are asking for that. And again, with the NTA and with the NAS that NEP has proposed, talking about national testing, I think those are the two very good things that have been brought about, which will definitely ease this conflict of learning versus grades. And we hope that the NEP will address that, and that will be taken care of. So having taught the international curriculum most of my life and knowing whatever I do about education from the international curriculum, I think we have a good, robust system in our own country. And like I said, the reasons why we are unable to compare at some levels is because of other constraints and and the culture. So let me first go on to the international education system and why is the international curriculum so coveted, and what is it that makes it useful for children? What is it that makes learning more easy in the international curriculum? And the first thing is the flexibility that I think everyone's been talking about. And here the flexibility is not just about streaming. It's about really wanting to do what you want to, but not just in terms of the subjects, in the way you even engage with the subject. So because I've taught physics, my examples will be from physics. If I'm studying physics as a student, then I needn't the internal assessment that I do, the research that I do, which I'm expected to do at that young an age of 16 and 17, can be anything that interests me. So I've had students who've done research on the cricket ball, on how swing bowling is affected by the lubricant you apply on it. They have done it on the physics of dance. They have done it on the physics of structures. They have done it on the physics of music. So that kind of flexibility, it's not just in the flexibility of I can do physics and history. No, it's also about how I do physics. That kind of flexibility, which unfortunately so far the Indian education system is not giving us. The second thing is about the way the curriculum evolves and the way it has been devised. So the curriculum really is not just about the syllabus or the exam syllabus. It is a lot more than that. It is everything that goes into making learning effective for that particular subject. So the way the curriculum is defined, the way the assessments happen, is that even a teacher who is not of a very adept yet, or maybe who's a fresher, even she, because of the constraints that are offered by the curriculum itself, she will have to engage at a certain level. So you cannot just maintain a lower quality because the curriculum on its own, the assessment on its own, expects you to do some research on your own. The syllabus content, what you're expected to do, is more contemporary, so you have to keep upgrading your skills. So one is the flexibility, and the other is the expectations of the curriculum itself, which make it difficult. So the teacher will have to unlearn all that she has learned, and therefore the framework, the pedagogical framework, is not dependent on the quality of the teacher. The third thing of the international curriculum is it encourages independent thought and ideas. It doesn't ask you to stick to a particular way. So if you're studying English, you choose your own book that you want to research on. You talk about whatever theme you want to talk about in that. You can present your facts in any which way you want to. So it encourages independent thought. Even if you look at the questions, the way they are designed, and say even an IGCSE paper, the Cambridge, the question is always, what in your opinion? So they're actually encouraging the child and say, what is your opinion on Hitler's foreign policy? And how do you think it would have been different? So the format is such that it encourages a student to think for his own self. The focus on internal assessments and the way the assessments are designed, and the flexibility in the kind of assessments you can take. So you can take a practical exam, you can take an alternative to a practical exam. You can do a coursework. And what happens there is working at your own pace. And there are self-checks. And so the child is learning how to work at his own pace. And therefore that competition, with somebody who's adept and who's quicker to grasp does not exist, because each one of us is different and unique as individuals. So some children may quickly grasp a concept. The others will take some time, but may have a more consolidated learning. So you're allowed to work in your own pace, which is, I think, one of the best things. The edXL offers modular education. So the modulars, therefore, then allow you to work in your own space, finish a product, and then go to the next concept. So that again makes it easy. You don't have to rote and memorize everything that you learn. Assessment is relevant. So the fact that you're allowed to use a calculator, in a way, it is telling you that I know that you can calculate now. I mean, you reach class 12, I'm sure you can add and subtract and multiply and divide. I'm now looking at your being able to, use your mental faculties for higher order thinking skills, not addition and subtraction. So, the assessment is more relevant to what the objectives of the curriculum was, and not what you've done in class 3 and class 4. So similarly, formulas are provided. You get a formula booklet for maths. You don't have to do logs. All of that is taken care of. And so your brain is being used for higher order thinking skills, which I think is something which the Indian curriculum can look at and assessments can change. The examination does not depend upon one day. So one day, a 3-hour paper, I do a damn good job of it. I get 99%. And I started off badly in the morning. I got late for my center. I'm already worried. my exam goes badly and I'm, for life, it has affected me. Because the international curriculum offers a variety of assessment, there is not just one paper. There are 2 or 3 papers, each one of them looking at different abilities, an MCQ, a coursework paper, a case study paper, a sources paper, a practical paper. All of them are looking at different aspects of skills. And therefore, they're looking at a holistic child and not just one who can take a summative paper, pen and paper. So that also makes it a far more robust assessment process. Having said that, you can get the best curriculum and the school may not still give you the best results, because ultimately, and I firmly believe that it's not the training of the teacher which determines the quality of education, it's the culture of the school. And the culture of the school really depends upon the people who lead the school. So the culture of the school really decides whether learning is going to be progressive, whether it is of an international standard, or whether it's going to be continuing to be the route, that we're always. So even the best, international curriculum schools that follow the international curriculum may still propagate a kind of system which deals with rote and with memorization. So that culture, I think, is far more important. I think the one negative of the international curriculum is the cost, because it's still not accessible to all. The IB is expensive, the Cambridge is expensive, the textbooks are expensive. And so definitely, I think if we want to propagate that kind of system, then the cost has to be more accessible and everyone should be able to access that kind of system. If I look at the NEP, and I've only managed to read it twice, the school education bit, but I can see some good links and some beautiful sort of ideas brought in by that. So one is they've talked about flexibility again and said you shouldn't be streaming, which is wonderful. The curriculum, the NEP says, is only going to look at core essentials. So the curriculum the syllabus will be reduced, and you will only be looking at the core essentials and basic concepts of a subject, and there's going to be a focus on skills. In fact, the NCF 2021 is going to, the learning outcomes will also talk about the skills to a subject, I think, which is an amazing step forward, because we really need to identify skills, because I'm a developing country. We have a demographic dividend, which we should make full use of, and we need to develop 21st century skills in our children. But our education system, there is no match, mostly because teachers don't know what skills to develop, because the written curriculum does not define those skills for them. So I think if with taking from the NEP, if the NCF actually brings in, writes the skills, the learning outcomes, I think it's a huge step forward. And we look forward to the textbooks from NCRT also, therefore, bringing in those skills. I think the thrust on vocation has been there for a long time, and the NEP bringing that is again a very useful, it's a very progressive idea. And I know the edXL was doing it for a long time, where they had modules where you did a vocation, and that was a good model. So if we follow a similar model, I look forward to a vocation coming in a big way. The fact that they're bringing in, NEP talks about appropriate tests and standardized tests for class 3, 5, and 8. I'm assuming is modeled on the SATs, which are conducted in the UK and the US, where you were looking at basic skills of literacy and numeracy and other functional skills required for an age group. And if that comes into place, I see that will be a good step forward for us to really identify as a school, as a state, as a country, that where are the lags in our children and how can we develop and support them. There is one negative of that as well also, which is that sometimes when you have a standardized exam, you tend to teach to an exam. So the worry is that schools and teachers should not just teach to getting a good score in those exams in 3, 5, and 8, but really look at learning in a much better way. The NAS that they're talking about, I think again is modeled on the SATs and the ACTs for college admissions. And I think that's a very welcome step. At least that's going to be the one way that we move away from this whole obsession with the 90% and the 99%. If there is an assessment which really looks at your skills and not just at how well you are able to rote memorize and take an exam. So that's wonderful as well. It talks a lot about moving from rote to skills in assessments. And I look forward to looking at more guidelines that come out after the NEP on how assessment is going to change. I know the CBSE is already doing a lot of good work on that, and we look forward to more in that regard. The NEP also talks about greater flexibility when they say a semester system, that schools and states can look at semesters and modules. which again is something similar to the AS and the A levels, or the modular system that Edexcel offers, where they do one module, finish it, and then move to the rest. But they've also talked about an improvement exam, so I'm not really sure how that has been worked out. Again, I look forward to greater detail and a better understanding of that. It was wonderful to see how there is a large section in the NEP on differentiation. So they've talked about inclusive education, and they've talked about the gifted children. And I think that's one of the things that's been lacking in our education system. And I think not just in India, the world over, how we tend to ignore that section of the children who are gifted, who are talented. We are not able to recognize them. And because learning is usually to an average, and it brings down the average the moment you get, the inclusivity. So catering to those and finding other means and ways to encourage them, I think that's a wonderful bit on it. They've talked
Thank you.
about recognizing the digital media. I think that's wonderful, bringing in apps and coding. There's a lot of emphasis on teacher development, which I think is a very welcome step. And I hope that the teacher development is not just the age-old B.Ed exams where you did theoretical, but it's more progressive. There's more focus
Sure,
on
your time
online
is up.
education. All right, I'm done. So thank you so much. And I look forward to better things.
Well, thank you so much, Richa. I think there's a lot of points Richa discussed. Curriculum, how I think the pedagogy should be there, how the assessment play a very important role, and how our Indian system is very, very strong enough, and how well we can align with the international mindset. Okay. For me, the take is very important, which is the culture. Okay. I always believe in that, the strategy, whatever the strategy you plan, unless and until you have a culture, you cannot implement it. I worked some of the wonderful school of which following the Indian curriculum, but much ahead than the international school because of its culture. So people always say that if you don't have a culture, so the culture eats strategy in the breakfast. So whichever is very important, that I think we need to set the culture. And once we set the culture, I think the teachers can be molded. And I think this national education policy can be aligned very close to that. And we can get that our achievement and the goal. Thank you so much, Richa, for your wonderful thoughts and expressing yourself. Now, my next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Yadav. Mr. Sanjay is a man of physics, and he's currently heading the Alcon International School in Delhi. So Sanjay, what's your view regarding this alignment of the international curriculum, how international curriculum is relevant, and how well we can really implement it? Thank you, Sanjay. The stage is yours. Yes, Sanjay.
Dr. Gul,
Go ahead.
on a wonderful note, we have begun our deliberations today, and a lot the key takes from NEP as it can be. Ms. Rita has already.
Your
But
audio,
I'll take you
your audio is
one
not
step backward.
your audio is not reaching people. Your audio is not reaching people.
I think there is a certain issue with your.
Just you can
Please.
you can switch
Yeah,
off.
start now.
Just try.
Sanjay, start. Can you try, Sanjay?
If you switch off your video, your audio would be better. People would be able to listen to you.
Sanjay, could you please switch off your video?
I hope it is fine now.
Yes.
Yes, perfect, Sanjay. Go ahead.
That's great. Perfect.
Go ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
I'll take you back to our number one as we are talking about World Youth Day. So first of all, I acknowledge the Indian youth icon Swami Vivekanand, the way he has guided the youth and set forward the principles or the mantras which have to be followed by them. And then if we look at the Indian education system, the base how it starts is if we look at Gandhiji's fundamental principle of learning, where he talks about education leading to development of mind, body, and soul. Now, this is the essence of Indian education system. when we are discussing and deliberating about the strengths of our policies and Indian education system vis-a-vis the international curriculum, there are few things which have been perceived and which are talked about as it was being discussed in the panel right now also, that maybe Indian curriculum offers inflexibility, or it is offering learning as an isolated activity, or there may not be much of creative thinking or lack of equity or quality. So I have my own experience with which I would like to put forward certain things, that please look at Indian education system from its roots. The roots, the way our system has been existing for centuries and which has been adopted and seen as a role model by the world. And then how do we take it forward? What needs to be done? It was very rightly mentioned that when it comes to board or the policy making authorities, there is no restriction at all. In fact, I will be sharing one of the examples where we have incorporated our lesson plan in such a manner that you'll be able to see the internationalism being brought in. You'll be able to see how the boundaries have been broken. And today, sitting here in this age of, I would say, lockdown, the education has not faced any lockdown is for the simple reason that the strength of Indian education system has been such that not only the children, but the teachers were gradually getting empowered. And apart from IQ and EQ, there was one quotient about which Gandhiji always talked about, and that was AQ. That's your adaptability quotient. And what could be a better example of adaptability quotient in Indian education system, where everybody was able to adapt to the situation so quickly, so powerfully, that the outreach is itself evident and it is visible to everyone. So this is how we look at it. Yes, we are here to identify the strengths of every system. We are here to acknowledge and see what is good, and we should be able to take it forward. And at the same time, do not forget our own core values and our own core strengths. That is how our thought process should be there. So if it comes to flexibility of curriculum, I'm sure you have understood that it is there very much in our system and it will continue. If we talk about diversity in learning, so looking at our background in the country, what can be a better place to teach diversity than India, in terms of cultures, in terms of religion, in terms of the mix of people, and of course, enhancing skill. You will come across a number of people in our country who are working, who might not have had formal education, and yet their skills cannot be challenged. Their experience has been so vast, it has been so wonderful that they are able to show their expertise. So this is the experiential learning which has been a strength of our culture, I would say. And that is what we are looking at our education system in. If I talk about my school, where the motto begins with a simple statement saying we have global perspective and Indian values. So yes, we are living in global village, and that is the acknowledgement everybody has to have. At the same time, what are our core values? Do we forget them or do we inculcate them? How do we strengthen them? So this is how we have to work on. Are we able to teach our children to respect others? Are we able to help them identify their own strengths? And then are we able to guide them to do the things which will make a difference? Because it is eventually, when I say connecting mind, body, and soul. So, how does it make a difference in day to day life? How are we empowering our children? The sole purpose of education or educational leadership is not to talk about a framework of curriculum, because what is curriculum? Do we talk about curriculum as in totality? It is the experience of school education system or any education system. So what kind of education can be brought in anybody's life is what should be the sole aim of curriculum. And then how it has to be achieved is what is described in syllabus. say if we make our annual syllabus plan, or we look at the disciplines which have to be taught and what needs to be taught, how can they be brought in day-to-day life context? I will take an example. Like I said, that if I am so passionate about physics, and if I have to talk about the physics of costume, I can pick up 4 different regions of the world and then teach them about the costumes. We can tell them about the climate. We can talk about the influence of external as well as internal factors. And then we can also include the design, we can include the art, we can include the creative thinking. There is so much of scope. So it merely does not limit to a physics topic which is talking about heat absorption or reflection, and hence clothing have to be designed on that basis. But there can be so many other components which make the journey correlated with life experience, and the children, they are able to understand, they are able to adapt to it, and they are able to inculcate that value.
Your voice
So,
gone, Sanjay.
pardon?
Your voice is not clear.
I hope it is.
Please try now. Yeah, fine, perfect. Come on, come.
All right.
Go on, please.
So when I was talking about, I hope you heard the example I was quoting, that talking about
it was clear. Your example was very clear.
Wonderful. Another thing which we consider it as one of our guiding principles, and that should be the principle for life, is, and I was happy to see the mention of SDGs in NEP. Our school is committed. In fact, we go to the extent of saying that SDGs are in our DNA. And when we are talking about children, our children have been the ambassadors of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And the kind of international collaborations they have brought in, the kind of work they have done, has even taken us to the United Nations General Assembly. So that kind of representation, that kind of thought process which has been there, because we do not see SDGs merely as the goal document, but we see them as the guiding and living principle in everything what we do. And believe you me, there can be no better times than today to make everybody understand and be aware of the vastness and the essence of these sustainable development goals. So these are very essential. Any system, when we talk about the culture, yes, I take pride in talking about the culture which is full of empathy, which talks about motivation. So motivating factor, be it for children or for the faculty, where everybody feels empowered, everybody feels that yes, they are free to do what they want to do, they are all on board. And this is what will actually lead to skill development. So there are a lot of things which bring that life experience for a child, and this is what will be there. Because if I go to say we are teaching the generations what kind of career will be there for them, what kind of jobs are going to be available for them, we ourselves may not be aware of it. So what do we prepare them for? And that's where the essence comes, that yes, you have to prepare them for social emotional learning. You have to prepare them for adaptability, because if there is a change, how quickly and how well will they be able to adapt to that change? And that is what will lead to success in their life. One of the most important 21st century skills has to be established, what we are doing right now. We are sitting here and we are discussing, and that is collaboration. Until and unless collaboration is brought into practice, why don't we ride on others' strength and give them the benefit of enjoy the fruits of our labor? So these are the things which are core principles, which have been very nicely considered in our NEP, and they should have been part of our education system, which I'm very proud to share that yes, we do take care of them. And to a large extent, most of the educationists world over, they have like-minded thinking. If I am saying NEP, it is for whom? It is for the children. So keep the child at the center, keep the journey of the life journey of the child in mind, and connect with them, empower them, and leave them. That is where they will succeed. So these are few thoughts. I'm sure you will agree with them, and
thank you so much, Sanjay. It's wonderful, wonderful. So I think Sanjay has mentioned two very important things in diversity and learning and that experiential learning. We all talk, we are speaking so long about the project-based learning, the experiential learning. See, I mean, the learning need to take place all the time. Okay, and I personally feel that our Indian curriculum is the very best research-based curriculum. You know, where we find the difficulty we find is in implementation. Okay, the national education policy is a vision statement. We like to reach there, we like to do there. And it has clearly mentioned that the teacher's education would be playing a very, very important role because they are the ultimate people who is going to deliver it. Okay. One more important thing in this regard before I close the session is the positive education. We always think of academic excellence. In anywhere you go, you think of academic excellence. But academic excellence and the child's wellness, the mindedness, if that two things develop parallelly and the gap is reduced, we get the best possible education, which should be looking for the holistic development of the student and the children. I personally feel the curriculum may be whatever, but its implementation, creating a culture of implementing the curriculum will be playing a very, very important role. We are fortunate enough, the government of India has the right time come out with the National Education Policy 2020. And this policy will be leading us in goal of 2030, which is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm very sure within the 10 years down the line, the India will be reaching its pinnacle. And this education policy will take us. Only we have to ensure that we implement it. We implement it in the spirit. Thank you so much for all panelists. It was a wonderful listening to you. Thank you so much for all my viewers, attendees, those who have been so patient, and I am answering your question. It was a wonderful session. Thank you, Dr. Gulshan Sharma ji. Thank you for this platform, and we really enjoyed. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. We'll be here. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, everybody.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was so well conducted. You took every point right there itself. And the best part, which I enjoyed in the session, whatsoever question is there, you killed it there itself so that it is being taken care of and not hanging till end. By the time people forget what is the question and what is the answer.
Because the viewers need to be motivated. Viewers need to be motivated. Keep on motivating.
Yes.
Thank you.
Something interesting which Amit packaged in the first session, I want to understand. The lady was from physics background and the gentleman Sanjay ji was also from physics background. I hope you are also not from physics background.
Yeah. I'm not. I am basically biology and environmental science.
Okay.
I am basically a biology and environmental science. So honors in biology and environmental science.
Thank you. Very
yeah. and luckily the another person was not there who is also. Okay. Good. Thank you.
And the best part, when you mentioned about Northeast is next to my heart. When you mentioned about a couple of places, Imphal, Manipur.
Oh.
Actually, I was thinking all the time. I started my life from Northeast. I gave my life for Northeast and 42 years association.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I have another 9 years involvement with Northeast.
The most beautiful place, ladies and gentlemen, and what Honorable Prime Minister of India is telling, at this point of time, domestic tourism is to be promoted. For that matter, we would encourage each one of us take a trip to Northeast part of India. It's very, very important. Each one of us, we should travel to Northeast. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It was wonderful to have you with us. And it was a great session. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gulshan, for having us.
Thank you. Now, let me extend a very warm welcome to Madam Rajita Kulkarni ji. She is the president of the Shri Shri University, India. A very hearty welcome to you, ma'am. And if you recollect, I had a pleasure to listen to you earlier also as well. Anyway, we will recollect during the discussions. So, innovative instrument of collaboration between industry and academia. Nobody else can give a better example than Shri Shri Group, because I personally feel whatever you're going to talk about the academic part, your schools, your university next to Bhubaneswar, I had a long chat and a discussion with Arvindji for good about almost 1.5 hours. I invited him one of the programs, and heart to heart we discussed, and that was Heart Talk. And so much I learned that you have got so many schools and you have got university, and besides that, of course, couple of other things which are happening. Kindly do share the interface between the academia and what you want to bring it between the corporate world together. How do we take it? Let's work it out on that, man. Hearty welcome to you and a pleasure to have you this morning with us. You got to unmute your mic. You got to unmute your mic, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Thank you for this invitation, and a delight to be with all of you. Today's also we celebrate as the World Youth Day. So well chosen to have a discussion on many topics which are of, I think, deep interest to the youth, not just of India, but of the world. I had a chance to, I always log in about 10 minutes before my time. And therefore, for the last half an hour, 40 minutes, I was listening to the previous discussions, very well conducted, Mr. Mukhopadhyay, and good ideas from everybody. I had a bit of a hard stop. Dr. Sharma had another meeting at 11. I pushed it by about 10 minutes, so I'll try and keep my comments brief. This discussion we are having on the partnership of industry and academia, I think, is even more relevant in the times that we are in today, especially because of the pandemic around the world. We are seeing how economies are suffering. I recently read a research report which says that graduation 2020 is the worst graduating batch in the history of humanity. So for no fault of the students, many don't have jobs. Those who had jobs have been withdrawn. Some have been furloughed. Some have had to take salary cuts. So this is unprecedented. And I think it is a sort of a wake-up jolt for all of us. So I have 5-6 big thoughts, Dr. Sharma. I'll place them one after the other. I think the first thought I want to make is that all of us as humanity, but especially industry and academia together, we have to move from a sense of panic to a sense of purpose. We are in a panic mode today, even in academics. Shish University, we went online 4 days after we were shut down in Orissa, which was about 10 days before the national lockdown. And in 4 days, we went into an online mode. It took us a lot of doing, almost 40 hours a day we worked, if that was possible, to make this available. But the adventure of, and everybody was more receptive. There were so many challenges, bandwidth issues. Kids sometimes don't even have enough space in their homes to do these things. But the first few months were, I think, a sense of adventure. कि कुछ भी करके कर लेते हैं, on both sides. But I think as the things are settling down and as the new normal appears, I think both for academics and for industry, we need to move from that space of panic to the purpose. So how are we going to recalibrate ourselves for the new normal? I think academics has to think of it, industry has to think of it. And I think this is where both of us have to come together to really go beyond halfway, to reach out to each other. Just Dr. Sharma, yesterday on LinkedIn, I read somebody's update. I'm not recollecting the name, but I'm going to find it out. This person had written, he's a founder of a startup. He says, I have hired 725 interns. I don't need them, but I just wrote out that anybody who doesn't have a job, you come and work for me. I can't pay you, but I can give you some work for some hours a day. 725 people he hired. Imagine the kind of goodwill. I know some of the students, they are willing to do anything just to stay intellectually stimulated today. And if industry comes with offers like this, so in fact, I wrote a big blog on my LinkedIn also, urging industry partners to actually make such gestures. Take students on, doesn't matter whether you can pay them or pay them very little, but it will at least uphold this self-esteem of students. So from industry side, this is an expectation I have, especially in this time. And from the academic side, in the same thing, I think we should not be hesitant or shy to reach out to industry and really see what opportunities are available which we can make happen for our students, not just the ones which have graduated, but also the ones who are currently studying with us. Because everything is impacted, Dr. Sharma. Projects are impacted, apprentices are impacted, everything is impacted. So this is my first point. We have to together move from panic to purpose. My second point, and that is beyond the pandemic, I think, is we have to move our relationship from being just a linear relationship to a more cyclical relationship. Let me explain what I mean. You know, if you really notice today, we are an input-output kind of a relationship. Whatever comes output from us becomes the input for the industry. You know, we say some things about them, they say how we are not preparing the students. It kind of goes like a ping pong. Some of them have invested so much money to retrain students. It is a national and international waste, I think, of output and, you know, just time and resources. I think industry should come forward and say, these are the things we need. And then identify institutions who can become partners. So they give the inputs to us on what we need to train students and stay involved in that process. You know, if our output is of hardly any use for their input, I mean, it is commonsensical that we should take inputs from them about what the output should be. Pardon for the tongue twisting bit. But I really have this expectation. I'm personally talking to a lot of industry leaders to push the sort of pin on this. We have done this, Dr. Sharma, in fact, very well, actually, on our skill setup. So we have in our university a skill training center, which one we have established with Larsen and Toubro, where we together assessed what are the skills that need to be built for some of their construction site work. So bar bending, welding, machine work. And we identified the fact that these are the skills which we can enhance for the, you know, rural youth in Odisha, Chhattisgarh. And we have a very successful partnership there. Students come with very clear idea that they're going to learn this. This is what L&T needs. We train them, they take them 100% employment and no waste. We have a similar partnership with Schneider also on the renewable energy front, again on the skill training setup. So we seem to be doing that pretty well on the vocational bit, but I think we need to move the, you know, push the pin on that in general. So that's my second point, move our relationship from being linear to more cyclical. And also, Dr. Sharma, I think, you know, industry has to sort of adopt academia in that sense, you know. I mean, if I have a child at home, I do everything I need to coach, to nurture, to guide, to sculpt the personality, because tomorrow that child is going to be the pride of my family with what it succeeds at or what it achieves. And I think industry needs to take that expanded ownership, because that is what is going to come to them and going to be affecting their own bottom line. My third point, I will say, is um, project level involvement. I want to think of a better title for that. Maybe it will come. I want to give an example for this. So recently, you know, encouraged and inspired by Gurudev Pujya Shri Shri Ravi Shankar ji's call for, you know, really promoting Indian talent. He has, I mean, we are a global organization, but considering the demographic dividend India has to offer, so he had called out to about 1,000 engineers to build you know, build an in-house app which could be like a good alternative for WhatsApp, social media, audio calling, video calling all together. Close to 1,000 engineers came together to build this in their spare time. And in a period of 3-4 months, they built an Elements app, which is today also available. I would urge everybody to download that. It's on iOS and Android. And it has all functionalities, all that we otherwise use. And it is based in India, developed in India. PM also gave the call for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, when this app was being developed, Dr. Sharma, Shri Shri University faculty, students were 100% involved in the user acceptance testing, in giving inputs, in, you know, giving the 18 to 20 point of view. It was a full feedback loop. And it was such a great success. So there is an opportunity. I always tell some of my CEO friends that, use the students. They are available for you. They will learn. You will get young, enthusiastic talent who are hungry to learn, hungry to experience. So I think we need more holistic project unison, in a sense, between industry and academia. That's my third point. My fourth point is, I think both of us have to think long term over short term. In the NEP, there is a big a focus on public private partnership. We, as such, Dr. Sharma, have committed to HRD ministry as well as government of Odisha, that we will bring niche projects, niche programs to education. We are the first university in India to offer a undergrad in agribusiness. We are the first university in Asia to offer a school, to start a school of osteopathy. It doesn't exist anywhere in Asia. And we are today going to be the first university in the world to start a department of contemplative and behavioral sciences. It doesn't, modern psychology is offered everywhere, but the angle of contemplation. So guided by Gurudev, we are committed to bring niche and very, very special offerings of subjects and faculties in our university. Well, all of this costs a lot. And, for example, our osteopathy is really like a gift to Asia because, it doesn't exist. Now, for such things, if industry comes up and says, okay, in the short term, maybe we don't, it is not a profitable relationship. But if you think of the long term, it is something we are developing for the country or for this part of our, continent. So I have that expectation that, industry has a more long term than a short term view on our partnerships. And I would say ultimately, I think both of us have to be committed to finding solutions to the problems of humanity. Because of Gurudev, that is in our DNA, that is that beats in our heart. We have recently set up a research center for communicable diseases. It was supported by another, in fact, NGO. We are waiting to reach out to, for industry to come ahead to support, because end of the day, this pandemic has shown us, Dr. Sharma, we are not insulated from what can happen anywhere in the world. And the faster we come together to really think 40 years ahead, 30 years ahead, it is said that the world of tomorrow is born in the classroom of today. And we are the trustees of the classroom, and the world of tomorrow is a manifestation of all that happens by industry. So I think that partnership is but natural. It happens in many ways, but I think we can really take very, very critical challenges of humanity, climate change. There are so many such today, and really see how we can partner together. So these are my 5 big thoughts for this subject, and I will pause here. Thank you for this opportunity.
It's such a pleasure to listen to you, and all the thoughts which you have given, they are all practical, because generally academias, they talk more from a academic point of view. You have given everything as a practical part, which is doable, which is feasible, and which is the need of the hour, which has to be done. That part is very important. From our chamber, the other day I told Arvindji also, and when he devoted and dedicated about an hour with me, and I was telling him that let's work out a strategy that where basically we try and work out, ma'am, that we get the non-resident Indians. There's a population of 30 million people abroad, and some of them are doing extremely well. Our chamber initially brought Punjabi Parvasi Divas, then 2003 Bharatiya Parvasi Divas, and Shri Ravi Shankar ji. I'm saying every youth would like to listen to him, to be glued to him, and I know what you're doing next to Bhubaneswar. I'm aware of your schools, what all good job is being done. I think the time has come now. We got to increase the confluence of the entire thing. not only exclusively, ma'am, Indian corporate, we got to go little beyond Indian corporate, and we got to get the NRIs also in the fold.
Yes, absolutely, Dr. Sharma. And if you permit me another moment, I want to say, because I can see already many distinguished panel members of the next panel are also here. And that is the one thing I love about education, because we are gender challenged on the other side, and we are dominated by women. I come myself from the industry. I used to be a banker for 20 years. So we fought for women gender equality, and now I'm happy that it's the other way. But the one final moment I thought I want to make is that, because there are school leaders, I know, college leaders, and I hope there are industry leaders as well to follow. I think all of us need to own the cause of how we can nourish and take care of the mental well-being and happiness of these children. This pandemic has shown us that it has become something overwhelming for the whole world. People don't know how to deal with this. And, whenever I have any university conferences, conclaves, I urge all my co-vice chancellors, presidents, that please integrate a practice of meditation, a practice of, introducing breathing techniques. I am telling you, this is the bottom line. We are, if we cannot take care of ourselves, there is very little else we can take care of. And I am seeing that, I can see Miss Murlidhar is there. Divya, I can see Divya. Hi, Divya, long time.
Jai Gurudev, ma'am. And you, such a pleasure to see you.
Hi, nice to see you.
Everybody should know she is my mentor and guru into the spiritual practice. I have been very, very fortunate to attend sessions with her, and my journey started with her to the meditation journey and everything.
No, I was going to say, Divya, that, in our university, Dr. Sharma, हमारा एक ऐसा छोटा सा ऐसे मतलब on a lighter note rule है, कोई class miss हो जाए no problem, पर सुबह का साधना नहीं miss होना चाहिए. So, when you have sadhana, the practice of sadhana, it is so important for kids. And in this time, जब root canal करना होता है, तो daily brushing का मतलब याद आ जाता है. So in this pandemic, I saw also, how well our students were carrying themselves, helping others, taking care of, we did a huge project, Dr. Sharma, of making daily, जब ये daily wage earners का सारा reverse migration चल रहा था, we were making meals available, about 7 crore meals we as an organization made available. All our students in different cities where they were sent back home were part of these projects. So I would urge all school principals, all university heads, college heads, please, look at how you can integrate breathing techniques and meditations. Sometimes ultimately we forget a little bit here and there what we learn in our classes, but this is one thing which will stay with us forever and help us forever. And we are available to help, guide, partner, support. That is one thing that is very close to all our heart, and we are available. So thank you again. Sorry to take a minute more. Sorry.
And our chamber, besides bringing NRIs on a common platform in India, we set up India's first finishing school for service industry.
Okay.
And what you have seen now in Nitin Gadkariji's, the MSME ministry, the entire service industry being brought at par with the manufacturing sector is from our chamber.
Right.
That's what we have done. Any day you organize a motivational talk for your youth, we would be more than happy to have, because we are doing beaming right from India every day to Mongolia. We are doing to Central Asia in all the countries. We would be more than happy. And the crux of entire thing you gave, sense of panic should get converted into sense of purpose. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And I have got yet another dynamic lady now who's waiting in the row, who has already connected with you. So ladies and gentlemen, the tea will be given by Divya Lal ma'am now. Thank you.
Thank you. I would love to stay on. I had a meeting at 11.
I know.
I'm so sorry. I would love to stay on and listen to everybody, but I will have to excuse myself.
It's a pleasure, and we look forward to long collaboration and connectivity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Namaskar, pranam, and wish you a world World Youth Day. Very happy day today.
Yes, happy Janmashtami also.
Happy
Happy
Janmashtami, everybody.
Janmashtami also. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And wish you a great day. Bye-bye. And ladies and gentlemen, the tea is going to be hosted by Divya Lal. No tea break. And everybody got to be right over here. You are more than welcome. Hold your cup of tea. I'm also going to have tea and you will permit me. I would say, tell the world this thermos has been sent by Madam Divya Lal. Anyway, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the lady, and she is so dynamic. Last time also, she brought the whole world together, and today also, extending a very warm welcome for yet another meaningful, more powerful morning for the whole world, because today is the World Youth Day. And ma'am, last time you made a mention, somebody mentioned something, 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 and you told, come on, don't go on the face, that can deceive a lot of things. So that was very interesting, which you made a mention. So taking on the positive notes and taking the journey further, ladies and gentlemen, extend a very hearty welcome to Madam Divya Lal, the Managing Director, Flip Learn Education, and she is going to share. Let me share with all of you world over, wherever you are, listen to this lady very carefully. Each and every word she is going to share with you, because she's a very hard task master. That's what I found last time when she was chairing the session. She told everybody 8 minutes over now, come on, next. 8 minutes over now, next. 8 minutes over, next. So that was something you saved at least 15 minutes that time. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, she is going to talk to us, how does blended learning affect education or educational development of students. With these words, I hand you over to Madam Divya Lal.
Thank you, Gulshan ji. Thank you. Very good morning, everybody. And we're just slightly, I think, running a little delay. So I'm going to jump into my presentation first, and then we start the panel. Let me share my screen for that. So I think nothing better but to start off wishing everybody a very happy Janmashtami. Jai Shri Krishna. Everybody celebrate. It's a joyous day. It's also a World Youth Day. And I'm here to talk to you about, what are the possibilities when you're looking at blended learning, and what we are doing at FlipLearn, and what has worked in sizable number of schools across the country, and what kind of models of adoption are actually working for. So let me not waste any more time into saying that we are looking at blended learning as here to stay. A lot of people are saying this is the new normal. What will happen? What will happen when the schools open? Will all of this tech usage go down? And a lot of these things we'll bring into our panel as well. But I think one of the crux of a possible sustainable model that you may wish to adopt for your schools is a model that will not just be commanded by running cinema halls. Consistently I've been coming back and saying that using technology does not mean using a virtual conference platform. That is not what using a technology. When you look at a product adoption, a solution adoption, you are looking at something which is more comprehensive and brings in the transparency that you need across stakeholders to give them facilities of all aspects. But even before we get into details of, what kind of solution will work, what are the various things it should have, etc., there are three principles with which any solution should be chosen by any school in this country today. First, it has to work on very low bandwidth. So basically, staying online, the first thing you need to check is, and that is what we also define at FlipLearn, it should work if the WhatsApp is working. WhatsApp is the most basic fundamental thing that will work if there is a basic level of internet connectivity and data connectivity. So it needs to be on low bandwidth. Secondly, it should be platform and device agnostic. It should not bother a parent, oh, I don't have a tablet, I don't have a laptop, I'm going to office, I have a laptop, I have a desktop at home, will it work on this or not, etc. Any device, any platform with basic internet connectivity should be able to bring your child and the school together. Okay, and that is what will define the contours of the practicality of any solution. A lot of times I feel there is this hitch and a perception in the parents' mind that the moment it's an online learning, maybe there is some kind of investment expected from my side. Okay. Not really. If you choose solutions, you really don't need any of those investments today. I've also seen today with a lot of students, and I'm working with more than 200,000 children across the country, across these 200 schools. And we are seeing, including smart TVs, the parents have given a smart TV itself with a headset given to the child today because that can directly connect. So you need to work out solutions that can work and embed. Well, today we're very happy. We're growing every day, reaching out to more than 200 schools, 2 lakh children with the Flip Learn solution that is working and helping children, teachers, students, parents, the school heads, all coming together. What does it mean? It really means that when I said live sessions, definite part, but really very critical, how many, I initially saw a huge rampant surge of, replicating a 6-hour school schedule onto online, and suddenly you could see the uproar from the parent community immediately, online learning started to getting banned in some of the states because people were saying, how much time can my child look into the screen? What is expected really? So I think the critical part is 2 things to understand. When teachers teach inside a classroom and when teachers try and teach using a virtual platform, it is not the same thing. There is no psycho-emotional support that is available to the children. In the class, they're all together. So running through 5-6 hours, there is a lot of untangible support that is there, which is not available on a disconnected phenomena of us being in our silos. And that is why a one-way communication beyond a certain point also gets extremely rigid by nature. So my big suggestion to all schools that adopt is have live classes, but use them for doubt clarification, use them for interaction. Don't put a board and start teaching. Don't use a PPT and start teaching. Your product and solution will have enough learning material, which brings me to the second part. You should choose something which has thousands of resources because learning material is anyways available. So use a product that has a lot of resources, quality, quantity, variety. The child should learn, maybe do a test, maybe do a homework, come back, you have the result, use that as a discussion point. Leverage technology for things that were not possible otherwise. You had to check 50 copies every day to figure out which questions are doing wrong, or maybe only figuring it out in the term test. Today, you can get it at a click of button. So in the online sessions, focus on leveraging and interacting. The more interactive it is, the more better engagement you can drive. And not too many sessions because it kills the whole purpose of the live session and people start getting more and more disengaged over a period of time. Then obviously, when you come at assessment material, today I'm super happy, we are bringing assessment results to teachers not only for objective tests but for subjective tests also. The system only checks. You can always come back and check again, but the system only checks. So my idea is that even after the pandemic ends, children walk into their classrooms, teachers walk in, they should never have to check day-to-day homework, etc., except for long answer questions that they should check. That load has to be taken away from the educators so that they can focus their energy into creating powerful interactive sessions for children inside the classrooms or online whenever they want, right? You can obviously create your homework, create your test, create your feedback. You can track it across any group performances, student performances. Today is the time when all the school heads ask me, they were not only children, I want to know how many homeworks did my teacher give? How many sessions has she done? How many things were given over there? Which class is getting what kind of background? And the second point on the slide, the balance. I think it's very important because the first feel that educators got coming online once the pandemic happened was the loss of control. What you could control inside a classroom, you could not control that with children being offline. We had, I'm sure all the heads that are here and everybody who's joined in, everybody has had experiences of, people acting up on an online platform, changing pictures, changing images, trying to do something, exiting, entering. So how can you actually create a balance? Okay. And how can you also define what is your teaching pedagogy? If as a teacher, you believe that a child must see a particular video before doing the homework, does the product that you have adopted give you that power? Okay. So at FlipLearn, we have worked very hard to push that and ensure the instructional pedagogy is defined by the educator, okay, of enabling the system and bringing the things. And the last part, which is obviously the crux of our panel, how do we bring transparency? How do we make everyone ready? Okay, because what is very, very interesting is my big line. I always say this is the big tug off between digital natives versus digital immigrants. All of us in the power of decision making are digital immigrants. We were not born with technology. We have picked it up over a period of time. And now we are trying to choose solutions based on our thoughts and our restrictions to a whole community of students who are digital natives. Today, your 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-olds can hold your phone, download a game and start playing. Zero instruction, zero training needed. So sometimes we need to know that what we are choosing may or may not be. We are sometimes keep our thoughts and you know, our, if I may say, limitations as a selection point versus the person for whom the solution is being chosen does not have any such limitations. And it is time for us on this side to step it up. Today, we work for us all stakeholder experience that works through all classes, all subjects, gamified quizzes, dashboards across anything. And also one more thing, access to 1 grade up and 1 grade below. You know, the entire country got promoted without a final exam last year. So many of the children who still have concept gaps have moved into the next class. They will maybe need some help to go back and check a concept that they may have not understood and could not get checked also. Also, to extend, you have those bright stars and everything who want to see what is next, what is more detailed into this entire aspect of a particular content concept. Can you give a scale up, etc.? And similarly, for the teachers, bring it from a point of view of not adding load, but removing that pressure. Give a huge question bank and also allow them to create. Give a huge content, also allow them to upload and add. Also, don't make your teachers type. I think one of the big things we did at FlipLearn was voice recording. You know, that basic thing that comes to a teacher when she walks into the class, she wants to give her 2 instructions. It's very difficult to type it also beyond a point. But it's very easy to just record, quickly attach that, and the child hears the voice. And it's a beautiful emotional connect to keep hearing your teacher's voice, even when you're doing your assignments and everything. So that is a part that I always feel that, you know, when you're looking at an online solution for your school, irrespective of the time, place, device, any platform, whether you're looking through teachers, parents, management, for any facet of learning, assessment, personalized journey of every child, we have to ensure that the child is at the heart of it, okay? And any solution has to work through that entire piece of this thing. So I'm going to give a pause over here. And I think this is a perfect time for me to open it up and also bring on the power panel for today, like I would like to call it. Let me welcome everybody on the panel. We have Dr. Lata Suresh with us. She's the head of the Knowledge Resource Center from Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Welcome, Lata. Could you please unmute also so that, you know, everybody can have a big hi and then we will kick it off. Okay. Then we have Dr. Prema Murlidhar. She is the director and principal at Woodland Group of Schools. Hi, Prema.
Hi, Divya. Good morning.
Then obviously I see Amrita. I've seen her in every possible conference. We are missing it this year of bumping into each other.
I see.
And please welcome her. She is the Deputy Director of Sunbeam Group of Institutions. Welcome, Amrita.
Hi, Divya, to you, and hi to all the viewers. I think it's going to be great. It was a lovely session you took, Divya.
Thank you. We have Dr. Seema Dutt with us. Hi, Seema. She is the principal at DAV Ambala. You're muted, just to tell you. So when you want to say a big one.
Hi, Divya.
Hi, Seema. We have Anju Mehta with us. She's the principal at Angels Valley Rajpura School.
Hello, Divya.
Hi.
Wonderful session, and hello to all the panelists.
Lovely. And just a quick input, if you can face the light rather than having it on your behind.
Yeah, some glitch on my laptop. I'm addressing that.
You
Yes.
can run through that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I don't see Jyoti here, so I think I'm going to start off pieces. Okay, I think let's get on with it. Well, we were given this entire piece of, talking about a panel that really focuses on the whole piece of role of technology in improving performance, bring transparency and good governance in educational institutions. Okay. Well, Gulshan ji has already said I'm a little hard task master, and the only purpose I keep that is, to keep it very crisp for the audience. Otherwise, if you just keep straying in your thoughts, people also lose a connect of, what they are trying to understand. So what we are going to do is, I'm going to run one round of questions for everybody. Okay. And we will do about 7 to 8 minutes of your thoughts on that question. At 7 minutes, I'll give you a sign. I will tell you it's 1 minute to go so that, you can wrap it up and you know what it is. At 8 minutes, 8:15, I'll be a little rude and cut you off and get you to the other participant so that it's crisp. Then I'll come around to one more round, while I now call out to all the 74 people that have joined us on the Zoom and people on Facebook. If you can post your questions that you want us to address on this part, as I will bring those set of questions in the round two of the panel. Is that okay to everybody?
Sure.
Yeah, big thumbs up. Okay, great. So I think I want to kick it off, and let's get into, transparency and governance via technology in education. Opening thoughts to Dr. Lata Suresh. Okay. What do you think? Are we ready as a society, to look at transparency and governance from a point of view of bringing technology in education? Please start.
Let me start my talk by giving my greetings to all on the auspicious occasion of Janmashtami. In the 5,000 years since the description of the war of Kurukshetra, the article said the Bhagavad Gita has proven to be an accurate guide for living a fulfilling life, a life aligned with Dharma. And now in the midst of pandemic, the Bhagavad Gita is more relevant than ever. The healthcare worker, the teachers, the defense personals, and the police personals are Arjunas. And for teachers and other professionals, the battlegrounds for the war is the information technology. And for other professionals, they are fighting against the virus and misinformation, the lack of cure or an effective containment strategy and a system that has failed us. So I see as if you talk about the role of information technology, I feel that overall technology is the central to many sectors of society and its integration into the education process. And it has great promise for students' learning. With technology, one can expect increased efficiency and effectiveness on both the part of teachers and students. Most of the points, Divya, you have already said during your presentation. And I see that technology can also prompt pedagogical changes and address issues that affect learning, teaching, and social organization. And technology can therefore be seen as both a tool and a catalyst for change. Students should embrace technology for them to benefit, and teachers should be open to introducing technology into the classroom to improve and innovate their teaching practices. Just imagine a classroom infrastructure that includes wireless technologies, as you have said, and remotely accessible switches and routers and collaboration tools to create an intelligent environment for the invention of real world Internet of Things, products, services, and experiences by the students. Creation takes place in different venues. For example, in the classroom during, as you said, project-based learning, or alongside passionate technology peer via hackathons. Nowadays, you can see the hackathons going on. Then students model the networks that create in a stimulator and prototype which cloud-based technology at homes. Instructors are empowered with a customizable learning management platform while collaborating with peer instructors across the world. So teachers can, as you said, can join from anywhere across the world. Learning sciences, interdisciplinary insights are uncovering new approaches to education. For example, the power of technology to the influence and enhancing the academia. The most exciting piece is this, that we all achieve, these are all achievable now. By applying learning sciences inside to IT education, we can create a dynamic digital and hands-on learning experience that is tailored, flexible, and relevant, developing the talent needed to power the digital economy. While going through some of the articles and listening to the experts talk, I also believe that the human psychology behind learning has not changed vastly over time, but now this pandemic has proved that the external factors are affecting how we comprehend, retain, and receive new materials. And as the digital revolution accelerates, technology gives us exciting opportunities to shape learning experiences and achieve learning goals. Applying these learning sciences inside to IT education, educators now can create a dynamic digital and hands-on learning experience that is tailored and flexible. According to one report published recently in a newspaper or in some digital resources, I have learned that by 2020, it is estimated that there will be 1.5 million new digitized jobs across the globe. At the same time, 90% of the organizations currently have an IT skill shortage, while 75% of educators and students feel there is a gap in their ability to meet the skills need, which is a need of the IT. But now things have moved. I think this pandemic have created a platform to all, and they have prepared a talent that is required during this digital economy, education, and we must adapt as fast as the demand for IT skills is growing. धीरे
Okay.
धीरे रे मना धीरे सब कुछ होए. It's just a beginning, and I feel sky is the limit, and अभी तो हौसलों की उड़ान बाकी है.
Great listening, Lata. And I think this has been a leapfrog moment for Indian education system. The whole
Sure.
COVID, I think the way it has moved, and everybody left their inhibitions and stepped up to, kind of say that India will learn whether or not the schools. And I think a big salute to all the educators and all the teachers. I think we must all
Yes,
give a big
yes,
applaud to them
definitely.
because they've really proven that, irrespective of their restrictions, limitations,
Correct.
they stood up. I want to get to Amrita now. And Amrita, I want to understand from you, when people say transparency and governance, how you feel how much transparency has been okay with parents during this last 120 days, because there have been a set of challenges, because now you're not teaching to 40 kids, you're actually teaching to 120 people with two parents sitting beside. So I want to get your take on, what has been coming, please.
Right. So I'm just going to be, first of all, good morning. I think, yeah, it's still morning. Good morning to everyone. And Dr. Gulshan Sharma, I think you are kind of around. Thank you so much for inviting me and all my co-panelists, and a very, very happy World Youth Day. I think this is very significant because all of us deal with the youth. And I think a lot of us, because we're into school education, actually deal with the real young ones who are actually going to be coming up to be youth.
मैम गुड आफ्टरनून और गुड इवनिंग भी बोल दो क्योंकि वर्ल्ड ओवर लोग वॉच कर रहे हैं.
Right. See, that's what happens. World view ho gaya hum ekdam. Okay, so anyways, thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning, Jai Hind, namaskar to everyone. So coming to your question, Divya, I'm going to make it crisp. And it's very difficult for me to talk only about transparency and governance if I don't bring in performance. I think all three of them dovetail into each other. So I'm going to kind of talk about all three. The most beautiful thing that has happened, I think, with technology has been the shrinking of the globe. It's completely shrunk. I still remember when we had to have these conferences or meetings online, we used to think for days, how will we do the Skype? How will we manage? And now we've been pushed into our rooms and we're connecting with each other world over so quick. And I think that's what's happening even beautifully with the children. All the children are connecting all over the world. The outreach has become brilliant. Therefore, they are not only talking about local or national problems, they are talking about problems and solutions which are global. So I think that's one of the best things that happened in terms of performance of kids. Their thought processes have changed completely. The other thing in terms of performance is that children have become self-paced learners. You know, I think no one would know better than you. On an online platform, till it is self-paced, till you take care of your own learning, the role of the teacher has changed completely to a facilitator. Unless and until I take care of my own learning, I can't move at all. And at the same time, I need to keep my own curiosity alive. I need to keep my own rigor alive, have to have my own routine set. Otherwise, somewhere as a child, I'm going to get left behind because it doesn't work any other way. Besides that, I think what's very, very important is children who were hitherto very shy didn't open up. Their performance has become brilliant on the online platform because there's just a screen. You're not, under the look of so many lights, etc. You're coming out, you're speaking. I can just go on a private chat, tell my problem to a teacher. Nobody is going to laugh at me. So the learning gaps, there are certain issues with the learning gaps, I'll come later, but I think the learning gaps from that point of view of a children who's an introvert has improved tremendously. Assessments have become like this, and I get my information here right now. My personal remediation is happening now. Look at my level of confidence as a performer. So this is just about performance of the kids. I could go on. I think you would know that, Divya. These are just like the tip of the iceberg, but they're beautiful parts. The other thing, let's talk about the performance of the teachers, because that's going to be connected to transparency. The performance of the teachers has improved. They've become so creative. They have actually become the best role models for the youth. Why? Because they are reinventing themselves at this time. They are standing up and saying, we are equally co-learners with you, because they actually are learning. We all are. We were all just thrown into this pandemic. We didn't know. However good we were at technology, it was not the same. And let me tell you, a very heartening thing is, I've been doing this little course at Harvard right now. The heartening thing is, good or bad, the whole world is in it. It's not that the US is any different from us today. Considering that, oh, they were doing online for so many years, it's no different. They have the technological divide. They have this equity problem just as much as we do. So our teachers truly need to be supported because they've come up as beautiful role models, have really created assignments that are creative, reaching out, and again, doing that one-to-one connect, which was actually very difficult in the offline platform. The one-to-one connect and the emotional connect, according to me, has increased because I'm giving maybe 5 minutes on a Zoom or whatever platform to my child, and the child is connecting beautifully. So I think that's the best thing that's happened. And a teacher has truly become what we always wanted them to become. They had to be a guide by the side. What we were talking about, they've truly become facilitators and coaches. Let's come to the governance part. And I'm talking more as a leader, and all of us are. I think my work has become easier to a large extent. Of course, I'm missing that one-to-one connect, but the physical connect. But I think I'm hopping from one class to the other. If I used to do 3 observations, I'm doing 30 today because I can just go for 10 minutes in a class, come out and give a slight feedback. So I'm giving immediate feedback to my teacher. I'm having more meetings with my teacher because my planning has gone down. I don't need to bother about so many things. So look at the kind of connect that I'm having with my children, my teachers, and my parents. So I think governance to a large extent has for an online platform. My leadership role has changed, but my governance has become so much more on an equal platform and better. Coming to the transparency part. Now that we are in everybody's bedrooms, the teacher is in the bedroom, the child and the parent, so especially the parent didn't know what's happening in the class, and they always urge, thoda sa aur bata dijiye, ye kaise karna hai, ye kaise ho raha hai, main kaise isko aage padhaun, is seeing it. And I think the best part is immediate remediation of the teacher, because the parent is watching and she's ready to give a feedback today. And I'm also, not that we were not ready earlier, but I'm more ready because I'm also learning that it's important to keep that connect with the parent and the student. So I'm getting the information and there's immediate, remediation. Besides that, the empathy of the parent to the teacher because of this transparency, according to me, has really gone high, because we were scared that this policing is going to be a problem. I think this policing has been it has been a big boon, because the connect has been beautiful. So I think both from the governance, the transparency part, and then again, performance being the most important, we've got some, I think it's been just beautiful on the transparency part. If you want, I can come to the problems, or we can leave that for a next question. I don't want to take
We'll come to that, etc. Yeah.
Right. So I think on 3 fronts, it's been brilliant.
Great. Thank you, Amrita. Very, very insightful and very powerful points there. I want to come to Prema now and talk about, Prema, what has been most innovative for your institution as far as the the utilization of technology has been there?
Thanks, Divya, and thank you, Gulshan ji, for giving me an opportunity. Right here from Dubai in the UAE, we're all wishing you a happy Janmashtami, and I hope you had a wonderful day. You started off well. As for I had a lot of notes written down, and thanks, Divya, for taking up something that's so very close to me, so I don't need to refer to notes, but just speak as what has been our success story this far. So basically, to go into that, I need to also say that, whenever a particular school or a group of school looks for school leadership, then if you have a management which has a key eye for ensuring quality, then they would only be looking at a system. And thankfully, I have a background of 36 years where I have come off from a kindergarten teacher to that of an academic auditor, and have worked with systems like the NLP, ERP, LMS, etc. I understand and value, and I was able to associate with every single lip movement of yours, from the fact that if your school leader identifies a proper solution for the school, then there is no looking back at all. And that has been the success story. We have been rated #1 in Ajman by the by the education world. All of that cut aside, let me tell you that we have crossed the milestone. So we have very successfully completed 3 months of rigorous and happy, very beautiful online learning for our children. We are now going back. I think we have to open the schools, but as the case is, we will be going for a blended learning. And talking of blended learning is not what we talk of a hi-fi hybrid blended learning in its context. It means that whether it is the past, or let's say look at the pre, during, and post-COVID period, which we have, at least personally, I've been able to experience, I must admit that the current trend that we are going, the transformation, the evolution that is taking place, and how a leader is transforming his or her perspectives is something very important, and that's happening. Now, that can only happen when you are a learner. And when you realize that technology has not evaded the classrooms and caused panic, and I must, like Ms. Kulkarni said, all panic buttons are off now, right? Now we are trying to find out how this new normal is to stay, what is good for our children, what is good for the future of them. And I think we all must admit as educators, because I think I have this quality assurance background with me, and being a school assessor too, I have always welcomed when the content or the delivery models were together, taken side by side with practical handholding. In fact, we used to have the Woodland workshops. For example, we used to have a room where we stuffed in all of these garage stuff, and where suppose a child is learning on refrigeration, or he's learning something on automobile, why not have some parts where he can, assemble, dismantle, and learn? So the fact that we are moving the national education policy revised together with beautiful solutions like Flip Learn and many more, I am sure that the going ahead is fantastic. It is very important for every school to now identify, because a technology partner, in other words, a knowledge partner, you should say, because a technology is not the technology that we think of, in the literal meaning. Technology partners are here trying to handhold every single stakeholder. So what was the success of Woodland was this only. It is that we had a system and we removed the person-based approach to a system-based approach, and then started to empower the team. You have to have a team, you need to empower the team. And as one of the panelists was saying, going, seeing more observations, spending time on things that you enjoy. Because at the end of the day, we want to do meaningful learning. And as we have rightly said, we are now dealing with native people who are native learners. Technology is something now that is so easy for them. So there should not be a second when a teacher should say thank you and accept when he or she is being corrected by a child. So what is the success story of it is when we had a blend. So what we did initially is, as you rightly put it across, we gave a thorough parent orientation on how this change has to happen and how we need to address the challenges that are coming in front and take it accept. See, because it's always a teacher, student, parent connect that makes everything successful. Yes, the management is there, but the management should be guided very nicely. Because see, right now, everybody is confused. And if we say that we can buy, I have had experiences where at one time when I was working as a principal, I used to take 100 vendors and keep them in the school. Although at that time also I felt that as a leader, I may not be able to do anything alone. I needed the support of experts and collaborate with them, because at the end of the day, you are, moving this child towards braving the challenges of life. You are not anymore going to teach a child perimeter and area by saying length into breadth and length into breadth. No, you need to give him projects where the child should sit with his dad and frame, do the budgeting for a home. He must be taught the estimation skills. Now, how will all of this come? Are we saying that we have 100% passionate faculty? No. And in this part of the globe, we are braving challenges of staff attrition. 100 dirhams more, they will move the next day. And if the whole thing is going to be person-centered, and if you don't have an hierarchy, if you're not going to interrelate the activities and put them onto a system, you're not going to achieve anything. So thankfully, because we have a learning management system, which has all of these and which has taken care of all the services in terms of, how the governance and management, teaching, learning resources, the academic support, the student support, the staff support, the community engagement programs, in fact, our industry licensing programs, all of these can come in from very young. Why do we need to wait anymore? Because gone are those days. I don't think there is any, to me personally, I don't believe this distinction in curriculums. When I say IGCSE, IBC, IB or CBSE, because for me, Newton's law and Archimedes' principle are the same. So what is important is the assessment pattern. Now, who is telling you not to introduce a very good international outcome that you have in an IB or an IGCSE curriculum for the lower children? Why can't we introduce it? Why can't we help? Now, how can all of this happen is when you have a research body. Now, can you invest your time on just research? No. So I'm coming back to again to the fact that my success is the LMS, my success is the knowledge partner, my success is the solution provider that we are attached with, who can give you
7 minutes, please. Just giving you marker.
Appropriate intervals of time, deal with the teaching and learning practices, ensure that these children, we had a challenge of wellness, because the children were actually not even able to do, we run the classes from KG to 10 very successfully, but it doesn't mean we are giving them 3, 4, 5 hours. No, we're giving them, we have the breakout rooms, we are doing collaboration, we are doing, we have conducted the assessments in style. I have done subjective, objective, test examinations, everything. My teachers are so familiar with annotation. My teachers can now do the pop quizzes and, ensure that the children are on track. And with the e-books inside, my children do their own learning.
Great, Prema. We'll come back to you on this. Thank you. very
you so much.
insightful on, bringing the knowledge partners and the essence
Right.
of an LMS and everything. I want to come to Seema now. Seema, tell me, when people look at technology, there is a huge sense about, big city thing. Okay. Now you're leading a huge school in Ambala, the DAV school. Okay. I'm sure your parents come from various stratas of the society. Okay. So tell me how this journey has evolved for DAV Ambala of, helping bringing online learning to life.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Divya, for touching this point, because we are talking about nationally and internationally. I have a huge crowd, which has a rural people more, and then the urban, even though my school is situated in urban area. I relate something before that. You remember when our worthy Prime Minister started with digitalization? Demonetization happened, digitalization happened. Everybody was reluctant. Kaise hoga? Kya karenge? How we'll be using this? There'll be fraud, internet banking, this and that, and many more things. So unfortunately, when this pandemic happened, what happened? We were like in a fix. How? Because that was examination times going. It was in March, and how to go with the results and how to go with the online teaching. And because already we were going with the classes of from 9th and 11th, and how to be in touch with the parents, even though we were using Educom, we are using school pad and many different things to connect, but still we were not one-to-one with the parents. So that was a heavy task. And moreover, at that time, it was difficult to conduct the rest of the examinations, even though 1 or 2 were left, but still we were in a fix. So as an administrator, it was a good task for me how to go about all these things. I'll touch one by one. If I talk about village people, the rural people, and how to tell them that we are switching on to this platform and this will be using, first of all, mentally, I had to settle down. I had to think of number of things, because as pandemic started, e-commerce, things, they started e-learnings. You go for this cloud, you go for this thing, you go for Microsoft, you go for Zoom, or you go for this. Means it was like a total mental tension as a principal, other than beyond with all these things. So first of all, I choose one of the platforms, Microsoft. Then I started training my teachers how to use it. I trained my teachers. And then I had an orientation with the parents. I told them how to download it, how to use it, how my teachers will be teaching. I made them to sit along with the children. And then I taught them as like small kids, the parents, how to use it, how we'll be going with the flip learn videos to be uploaded, how they'll be teaching, how they'll be educating the children, how the children will be remaining disciplined during the whole sessions. And sessions will be say 3 hours with a gap of 10 minutes break, as per CBSE, as already guidelines were given. So this all things we did. Then simultaneously, we have to counsel the parents, because parents were like in rural areas, the basic problem was connectivity. Net connectivity was very poor. So we have to think many things before implementing. So when we thought of Microsoft, the thing was whether they'll be able to download it, whether they'll be using it, and it should not be that complicated. Honestly telling, while using with different platforms, we started with WhatsApp, because everybody was aware with the WhatsApp and it is easy to use. Then the thing was like, it should be cost effective. Suppose it is too costly, it pinches the pocket of the parents, they'll not download it, they'll not make the child read, teach, teaching will be a problem. So we thought we'll be going with a cost effective system. Again, we went in touch with the, I told my teachers in the WhatsApp group only to teach the parents how to utilize it. Then how to mute, how to unmute, how they'll be sending assignments, how the children will be doing it, how the teachers will be correcting. There will be a proper live classroom. So these all things we had to go through before, after when the pandemic had. Then the problem was in the month of May, we had to go for the unit test. So it was again a problem because you can go for a Google form or you can go for this thing objective or subjective. And that was a bit difficult task. So what we did, we started with the Google forms. The problems again occurred. Ma'am, due to net connectivity, we could not upload. It could not be submitted. Please give the marks. And again, there was a total chaos. But while we use this Microsoft, they had made this content more easy. We are like doing now the question papers, we are putting objective as well as subjective. Now the teachers are making the question papers. They are giving a training to the parents and the children first, how we'll be uploading the question papers, how the children will be answering the questions, and then they'll be uploading. So all these things we had to train the parents, the children, as well as the teachers. Now, as far as the children are concerned, once you give them the internet connectivity, you don't know what they are seeing, what they are going through. And means we have to put we'll have to put something on barricading like on the children. So again, it was a tough task for the school because the parents say, ma'am, you have asked for this platform and they are using the internet, and see how they are using this thing. So Microsoft Teams put a bar on that. So I'm thankful to this platform that there is no indiscipline, proper classroom is on, the children are happy sitting and learning, and my teachers are using Sway or Flip Learning and different modules they are using in connecting with the children. So overall, now the things have come down to little normal. Means like Narendra Modi has said, Atmanirbhar, now we are becoming Atmanirbhar. We are working on all content, e-content, and now we are delivering the things.
Great. Great, Seema. I want to bring in also, I think, right time to get in Anju here. Anju, you're running a school in Rajpura, right? The Angels Valley. And I think there would be some sync of thought with Seema also of, how the parents are responding and teachers. Tell me more from one, obviously the parents' point of view, okay, in terms of adoption, and also from educators, because everybody understands we're not attracting the best of the talent, okay, coming into the facility. So asking those people to really work out of their skin, to get into so much of a change environment. What kind of impact has it taken on the leadership within the school as well?
Thank you, Divya. My greetings to everybody. And thanks, Dr. Gulshan Sharma, for inviting me on this platform where we have conference of such global educators. I've been listening to quite a number of them on various webinars. It's a pleasure, Divya. I've also heard you earlier. It's a pleasure. And though my school is based in Rajpura, I have been very lucky, I would say, in the sense that our teachers have been very, very receptive. Our parents have been very receptive. Initially, I would say there was a little hiccup because the parents thought that, online teaching would construe more screen time. And as has always been the case, quite ironic that earlier we used to harp about children's excessive use of screen time. Of course, today this argument hardly holds water. And anyway, nobody can give you a relevant answer as to how much screen time is a good time. So as long as I personally feel, we tell the kids that as long as you are using your time as a quality time rather than quantity time, it will suffice. Having said that, we do not make it so technologically based that they don't have the element of fun or humor into it. So we've made sure that this education, even via technology, is something that they look forward to, hopefully. This is what we've been striving to. So it's been a watershed moment, I would say, for the education sector. And though we are based in Rajpura, most of my kids come from the urban, we don't have many rural kids. And but having said that, yes, internet and connectivity has always been a big issue in India. There have been certain hiccups on that end. I would say that, before the pandemic, online education was not even a considered prospect. Today, it has come out as a mainstay, you know. So we've had a lot of thinking and rethinking and unlearning and relearning and all that stuff. And as Dr. Dutt said, we have to gauge the upsides and challenges while we are introducing technological integration into our education. Now, of course, everybody agrees that 4.5 months earlier, nobody would have thought that we would be all resorting to online learning. So it's a kind of the VUCA world, and we are preparing children for those kind of jobs which are not even existing. But we need to ensure that children embrace this uncertainty and equip themselves with the life skills that would make them face these challenges in a more confident manner. This is very important. So while we are technologically integrating education, we do not miss out on the wellness programs or life skills and the emotional, resilience that needs to be built up. So of course, we cannot deny that technological integration is bound to stay for times to come now. And I personally feel it's very interesting times that we are living in, because we've been able to leverage technology to our advantage, because we've had pandemics, catastrophes earlier also, which where in 1800s and 1700s, whereby the entire world came to a standstill. This part of the we still have to establish the infrastructure whereby the reach of technology reaches every student in the country, because majority of students still do not have an access to either a smartphone or even a computer. So while I was listening to, I was a bit early, so I had listened to Ms. Rajita Kulkarni, and I would absolutely say industrial intervention help us, especially the IT sector, to help us give solutions to these technological hiccups that we are facing in the education sector. And I think even the community as such can be, they can be a little charitable to make sure that they provide certain kind of smartphones and computers as a compulsory activity in these times, because they do have enough money and they can provide basic technological infrastructure that can make India a global superpower in education society in the years to come. And having said that, of course, I would say the technology has made us go beyond the, cocooned with books approach. I absolutely welcome it, because I think there has been no limitation to learning. And when I say this, it's not only for the students, but it is all teachers. And we also started with the Zoom classes. We started giving them the skills to make sure that they were able to impart to students the learning lessons in the best possible manner. We started with the Google Forms. We started with the learning management system like Google Classroom. It's easily navigable, very well organized. And slowly and surely, we are integrating the ICTs into our learning lessons. And personally, I feel that these ICTs are here to stay. And if every teacher all over the world, I think India especially, if we were to integrate these tools and the materials required for these, integration of the programs, it makes learning all the more fun, because students rather would like to sit in front of a computer instead of a book. And if you make it far more interesting, because we use a lot of interactive tools like Kahoot, we use quizzes, we use Quizlet, we are trying to use as much, ICT material that is possible to make it interesting. And since you're a part of blended learning, we've been harping on this one also for quite a while. Flipped learning, yes, I would say is another step that we do encourage, because when you have the pre-recorded video tutorials and we are sending them to the kids, it gives teachers more time to interact with the kids, sort out their queries as far as creativity or critical skills are concerned. They can work on certain projects. They can help them in assignments. They can give them some feedback that is so very essential. So it gives them a little more time to interact with the kids. And I personally feel flipped learning is a great thing. Blended learning is going to be there because it's online, offsite. And I think if and when the schools do reopen, we are going to be richer in the process of teaching and learning, because we will be having the global perspectives via so many technological tools that are available to us. The only thing that we need to be a little careful is that we can't be overwhelmed by all the technological tools that are available. We need to be very judicious in what we pick and what we retain. Because, a lot of people they do say that they don't have a technical background. So having said that, let me reiterate that you do not need a technical background. All you need is a learning mindset.
7 minutes?
Yeah. All you need is a learning mindset and an innovative mindset to adopt certain things that would be beneficial to achieve the learning outcomes that you desire amongst your students. And it has been seen that those schools where e-maturity is on a high, students definitely score better. And that is what we are trying to do here. And I would say, like this present summit, which has given a platform to a very engaging session, a lot of teachers need to also expose themselves to such sessions so that they can upskill themselves and scaffold their learning. Very essential, because when you get so many ideas and so many exchange of thought processes, sometimes it helps you to have a clearer picture on how to go about the governance. And as I would say Mrs. Berman said, governance and transparency definitely has become better, and technology has given more time to look into certain aspects that we would not have hitherto looked at. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Anju.
Thank you.
I'm going to come to Lata now. Lata, right to education equal to right to bandwidth. Is it time for the government to step up and really bring the infrastructure beyond what is the available, and how much effort, and maybe more than the effort or the intent, it will be the speed of its implementation? Lata, can you please unmute yourself? You're muted.
Okay. Yeah, could you please repeat the question?
Yeah. Lata,
Hello?
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So I'm saying right to education is equal to right to bandwidth today. Okay. And the government, more than the intent and the effort, has to really focus on the speed of bringing it to every nook and corner of this country. So I want to hear your thoughts on that.
See, digital divide is a significant problem. Many children around the country are not getting quality learning, as one of the participants in this forum has rightly said, whether it will reach to rural areas as well. So it is also
ma'am, you can
an opportunity to. Hello?
Lata ma'am.
Yes.
You can close your video. It would be much better, because people world over are not able to listen to you. Please. Just close your video. Your bandwidth will be better. That is a matter being discussed.
Okay, no problem. I think we can jump to another speaker till she connects back.
Sure.
Yeah.
Video is on, actually.
Lata will come back to you. I think you should disconnect and reconnect again. It will be better.
Sure. I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay, Amrita, I want to come to you and say that, is it all rosy? I mean, what we are hearing across, teachers really skilling, parents getting uploaded, personalized space, personalized journeys happening, collaboration happening, knowledge partners. How rosy is it really, because you run so many institutions and thousands of parents across. I'm sure there is pain in the system as well.
Sure.
Okay. So what is your perspective as a school leader, of how is this situation evolving actually?
Right. Yeah. So I'll just tell you, I just want to add to what I said earlier. We're also running schools in the rural areas. In fact, we are going into 3 4-tier towns of UP, So pains. I think the digital divide, the lack of equity, is one of the biggest pains of this whole system. And it's not because there's a lot that's been spoken about it. So it's not only the digital divide in terms of devices and network connectivity, it's also the children with special needs that I think are really getting left behind in this whole thing. So I think both have to be addressed very, very carefully. The other thing is, once there is a divide, the gaps in learning is becoming huge over the time. So what I fear is that because I haven't been able to come to my classes or been able to interact the way my other friends have been doing, and I do get to know because at least I have a basic phone, and even if I'm sharing it with so many other people at home, so I get to know what's happening in the class, but I'm missing out on it. Imagine what am I feeling emotionally? I'm getting left out even emotionally. So I fear when on whichever day the schools reopen, are these children going to be comfortable coming back even to the traditional offline classrooms? Are we fearing emotionally wrecked children and also dropouts in the whole system? So I think that these are basically one of the biggest pains. And what you were actually asking, Lata, I just want to add to this. I think the government, though it's come up with a beautiful NEP, but right now what is needed is real intent and speed in getting these issues addressed. Otherwise, because we all know research means by the age of 6, 85 to 90% of your brain is developed. That time, if the children are going to miss out, youth otherwise also at the later stages are going to miss out, we are going to have a huge national problem that's going to come. I see it that way.
Thank you, Amrita. I'm going to go to Prema. Prema, children come from various kinds of family environments, okay? And many of those are not very loving. And children being, if I may say, focused to stay at home, okay, with all their emotional support systems of friends and a school environment and 8 hours away being taken away. What can we step up on an emotional side also? And also to touch upon the point Amrita brought about inclusivity. How do we address? Because right now, I think the first lap that schools did was to do majority of the kids, just to get the learning started. You're muted, Prema, so please unmute.
So Divya, a couple of these things are very pertinent to what we are doing right here. And to say that, I think I need to now go back to and my dream of India. Having worked in Oman as a quality assurance specialist and seen the transformation happening in schools and universities, where they finally brought the school education, the higher education, and the vocational education under one umbrella, rightly now as the Ministry of Education, and having an independent quality assurance body that governs the total implementation of all the activities that have been outlined in different phases makes sense. So I'm glad that half the mile we have crossed, but the huge challenge of implementation will come into effect. I'm not talking about giving agencies and these, but at the national level, constituting a quality assurance body that will handhold and guide schools towards adopting and implementing these practices in stages. Now, inclusive education is very much part. Now, the beauty of the UAE, or for that matter, a few other GCC countries, is these countries have a very well-defined quality body, like the KHDA, the ADEC, the SPIA. Now, we have regular inspections as much as about 45, 50 days you have an inspection. And they have given you a clear guideline as to how you should go, where focus is heavily on special education. And special education is something very, very close to my heart and very dear to my heart. And I have taken a lot of time to find and understand how these children, when we talk of typical inclusion, it means that these children should sit in a normal classroom as part of socialization, but should be able to have their space of sitting and learning something, a curriculum that is framed to meet their levels, which is very possible if you have the compulsory roles of a counselor, a behavioral therapist, and occupation. These are all part of the system. Here they say that if you are a school and you have this many staff, this department should have these. The portfolios are designed, the roles are given. So what happens is you have the whole thing with you. Now you need to implement it successfully. And for that,
okay.
So for that, you need what is called a policy on special education, which I have designed for the school, catering to the guidelines given to make it happen. It's not difficult as it seems, because At the end of the day,
Thank you,
you're
Prema.
not.
I'll jump because I'm gonna take other people's perspectives.
Yeah.
And just a word to Gulshan ji, maybe we could have another round where this could be a full-fledged topic and people could share
Right.
better
Yeah.
policy practices. This is an important
Absolutely.
aspect of education that we need to take
Right.
along.
Right. Right.
All up to you. All up. We will
Uh,
skip the lunch. We will skip the. Don't worry. We will request everybody. The next panel, they will bring
I
the
know,
lunch
is
and
waiting.
we will
Sorry.
Yes, just two comments very quickly to round up from Anju and Seema, and you can choose who would like to start. The NMP says children now have a privilege to choose subjects across various streams when it comes to 11th and 12th. And we at Fliplan are also, along with the school management group, actually launching something known as a virtual school, because which is a support school essentially that will launch out post school hours, maybe 3:30 to 7 in the evening. As there will be a limitation to one, how many faculties can you really get for 11th and 12th actually if the children have just too much of a variety to choose out from? That is one. And do you look forward to collaborations with such virtual school partnerships that can bring you maybe somebody wants to study French and music and physics and electronics at the same point of time, to bring in collaborations of that point? And secondly, the very big part, with all this virtual led tech, this is a possibility now emerging, just like you have open schools online. School chains now need not look at land to actually expand, can actually create open online schooling systems also as a part of their expansions. So viewpoints from Manju and Seema, both. You can choose who wants to go first.
Divya, I'll go first.
Okay.
As far as NEP is concerned, I feel it's a wonderful thing. Let's work on it, and I think the future is pairing with artificial intelligence of computers with cognitive, social, and emotional capabilities of humans, so that we can create a first-class humans rather than a second-class robots. That I feel when I went through the national NEP when it was declared, and when our Prime Minister Narendra Modi was explaining how we require and what we require, why we are lagging behind from other countries of the world. So I feel we can work on it definitely. And definitely, as one of my panelists say, that it is now when the children will be coming back, they'll be tech savvy, and how to handle these children, that will be a problem. So maybe a question mark on the requirement of the infrastructure, or we can go all online learnings. I think we can go both the ways. But yes, that one-to-one connect, teacher is irreplaceable. You cannot replace a teacher. The connectivity of a teacher.
The virtual schools will also have teachers only. I mean, they're going to have teachers that are going to, step it up. And actually, the school partnerships that I'm talking about, schools are bringing in their own educators to actually open online schools as a part of a larger initiative to leverage them to a large variety. Because today, let us say, Amrita has a school chain in UP. But tomorrow, if she wants to attract children from all parts of the country, she can open an online school, and knowledge partners can join in and give her the place to say, you can use some of your best faculty and now take admission from children all over the country and actually run something, right?
That's a wonderful
Anju,
idea.
your thoughts? You're muted, Anju.
Okay, thank you, Divya. I would say that the NEP on the paper is definitely a very, very welcome idea. The flexibility of choosing subjects should have been done long time back. It's been 34 years that we've revamped the entire education policy, better late than never. But having said that, there has to be a lot of structural revamping to be done. You have to think it from the realistic point of view. How many teachers, how many combinations, how many, there has to be some kind of a guideline that has to be mooted initially to ensure that this does not become just an exercise in futility. I personally welcome this idea. It's a beautiful idea because, when we are working on the strengths of the children, they will definitely put in their 100% and do better. And that's what we actually need. We need children who are doing and focusing their energies and their talents into those subjects wherein they can go in for higher, studies or into research sector. And having said that, research is one big area that has been introduced. So I think welcome thing. India is
Thank you,
as
Anju.
lacking.
Yeah, I
Thank you
just
very
want to now bring to a closing comment. Actually, I think everybody understands and is embracing technology as a good enabler. At the end of the day, it is always an enabler and can stay that. I think it is up to us how well we leverage it. I think while in COVID, it kind of helped us to connect across stakeholders to bring learning to life, giving us platforms for learning, assessment, governance, reporting. I think it's got now opening up major avenues. For example, like I talked about partnership with schools chains to help them open schools to reach out. Um, Partnership with schools to help them have faculties, best faculties across various different subjects for 11, 12 that could run some of their sessions so that they don't have to take a load of having so many people on their roles to run the entire piece of combinations and everything. Thank you so much, ladies. It's been a super start to my day. Very happy you day. Happy Janmashtami. Thank you, Gulshan ji.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
Divya.
much.
Thank you.
And one add-on, Divya, to Ms.
Yes.
Dr. Gulshan ji. It's time you stretched your boundary from India abroad, because there are so many schools that are waiting to be tied up with, organizations like this. I think there's a lot of rich soil there in terms of collaboration, community, etc. So do venture outside, and we're all there to support you anytime.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Divya, and thank you so much, Gulshan ji.
Let me share, Prema ma'am. Already, because our chamber is taking care of 30 million non-resident Indians, and every year Bharatiya Pravasi Divas, and now with that, so much happening with the present government. Now it's happening overseas also in different countries. So we would be more than happy. And today the entire journey, whatever we have, and the takeaway from Divya ma'am, which I have taken, that is something very interesting. Something very interesting, the climax which I have taken today. She's such a vibrant woman who can carry the whole analogy, the chronology, and the physiology, and whatever you talk about, I don't know. And what I have gathered today, the new word which I'm going to use on 15th of August, when we have the culmination and celebration of the first part, of course, now I have been told by the stakeholders and by the international machinery, the program will go up to 31st of December. So let's see how it moves on. But what she mentioned, the crux from all of us, what we deliberated, she gave one sentence, and I have noted it down in the bold letters. Right to education should be now, right to bandwidth. Right to education, right to bandwidth. And then she gave opportunity to the next participant to speak on. Could you kindly amplify that how soon government is going to bring that? That is the crux. And something very touchy which has come, which I didn't notice. It is for the first time from this deliberation, which has come to me also, that the children, those are less than 6 years of age now, and it is the formative years of the development when the mind is developing. What's going to happen if those kids are not going to get the right pedagogy and right inputs? What's going to happen? So what a wonderful session once again from the elder brother. Lots of blessings to you, Divya ma'am, on the happy Janmashtami.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you, Gulshan ji. Thank you so much.
And
Thank you so much. What a pleasure.
Prema ma'am,
Thank you, Dr. Gulshan, and thank you, Divya. The takeaways from this session are definitely going to be wonderful in the teaching learning process.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you very much. God bless all of you. And let me now just invite the next gentleman if he is here, because tea has been served by Divya ma'am. Now lunch is going to be given. Where is he? Where is my friend Akash?
Okay, bye everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye,
you.
see you.
Bye.
Ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Akash.
I hope to see you on the face-to-face platform, Divya.
Yes, very soon. Akash sir, good afternoon. Over to you. Baton handover.
Oh,
Very nice.
wonderful session. Thank you. Akash ji, it's a pleasure to have you with us on the World Youth Day. It's such a pleasure to have your team, people, those are joining in your team, and the session which you are going to take on flexibility in curriculum to promote creativity and innovation in schools. Wonderful. So let's think about the critical thinking, analytical thinking, e-learning, whatever you want to take on, it's your dimension. I heard you before. You're a wonderful cerebrum. Let's share your knowledge and take on your team. You can invite all your panelists, and one by one we can have them. Before that, you can have your intro remarks, and thereafter, Dr. Habzaib, that is AR Academic Director Principal, Mount Litra Z School. Hearty welcome to you. And Vandana Saxena ma'am, hearty welcome to you. Nidhi Nijavan ma'am, hearty welcome to you. Malani Narayan ma'am, hearty welcome. And Deepika Sharma ma'am, hearty welcome to all of you. With these words, I hand you over in a very safe hands of my friend Dr. Akash Khandalwani.
Good afternoon, everybody on the panel here. And an interesting topic has been given to us. First of all, thanks to the last panel who deliberated so well on technology in education. And we could gather and much of information that how the teaching learning process have to take place. So coming on to our theme, where we have to discuss about the curriculum and the flexibility and emphasis on the creativity. So starting from, I think we must congratulate ourselves on NEP being released and how we are going to have bigger reforms in education, and the country is going for a bigger and a tougher challenges. So it's a huge long journey for us, but then as educators we are always ready and be prepared. So the NEP, I will just like to open with a few remarks so that we can then initiate our discussion on what NEP talked about, that on early childhood education, where universalization of school education has to take place by 2030. And second, about the new model which has come up as part of the plan, where 5 years of early childhood education, then 3 years of primary, and then 3 years of middle, and then 4 years of secondary and senior secondary education. And then coming on to the restructuring of school curriculum, which we have seen a lot of inputs have been given by the NEP panel. And it's up to us as private school providers and both the government school providers also. So the flexibility in subjects or choice of subjects, that has also been discussed by the NEP, and that has to be seen. There are a few challenges behind. That also has to be looked into on the language side, on the timetable side, that how it has to get implemented. Because certainly because where the teachers are not prepared, how will this happen? So the panel today, we can just once we open the floor, we can discuss, and our fellow the participants can also learn about it. The fourth is the examinations, which NEP talks about, the flexibility, the multi-model system, the entry and exit points, both at school level, at CBSE level, and at higher education level also. That was very much required for so many years, but at least we got in 21st century, so we can move ahead with that. And the teacher education. So these are the 4-5 elements which NEP has discussed. And because coming on to the creativity and curriculum, that is blended. The schools have been trying to do with their own efforts, all the secondary schools, senior secondary schools, the primary schools, and the preschools as well, with their own set of ideas, innovations at the ground level. So thanks to all the teachers who have done wonders. So maybe in the future we can move ahead with that. So I'll open the floor because we have around 45 to 50 minutes now with us. So we can take care of 5 to 7 minutes of each other, your own observations on flexibility. And then we can have an open discussion, and we can take questions also from the participants if required. So starting, I think we can start from Vandana Saxena ma'am, if you are open to your ideas and if you can share. Can we start with you for 5 minutes? You can share your points.
Yes, sure. Dr. Akash, good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
I'm happy to begin this panel discussion, which is very close to my heart. in the sense that flexibility and mindset is something that I will talk about. You have very beautifully enlisted all the points that have come up. Fortunately, we have this discussion with the announcement of the NEP, and there are many key factors which have been already noted and put out for implementation to the schools all across India. I want to talk about flexibility, and through flexibility, encouraging a critical thinking mindset in the Indian education system. That's something which is really the need of the hour. From flexibility in the mindset, we lead on to critical thinking, and creativity begins with critical thinking, I would say that. Because as the principal of a school, we are always looking for areas and domains where we can encourage children to express themselves. And come the board exam and the assessment system and the seriousness that the children and the parents display towards learning when it is a class where board exams are implemented, all the effort that has been put out throughout the early school education or middle school or senior school, sometimes they go kaput. So what needs to begin is reviewing the assessment, the way assessment will be done in the schools of today, because that's a mindset which is difficult to tackle. So if we are looking for practical ways of coming back to flexibility, let's think of beginning from working on the way assessments will be conducted. Now, critical thinking, let me talk a little bit about critical thinking, though enough has been said about it. But I read this somewhere and it has stayed with me, that critical thinking means encouraging children to be thinking like detectives and writing analytical reports thereafter. So which means that encouraging children to find gaps in arguments presented by somebody, expressing their own idea, reflecting on their own values and principles, and subsequently sometimes being in agreement to disagreement. Now these are things which ought to be brought into our education system and in schools and at homes. Very quickly, I'll tell you how we could perhaps bring this critical thinking into school, which for me leads to creativity. So if we are able to engage with children in the governance of the school, critical thinking, because anything, if you treat children with respect, and if you allow them to participate in decision making in schools, automatically their thinking goes to a higher level. Automatically they ask questions, and when they ask about questions that concern them, and when we encourage them and allow them to do so, and even allow them to express something which could be totally in contradiction to what we want to do, we are encouraging critical thinking. At home, if we can, through schools, talk to parents about collaborative parenting, wherein even instead of, COVID times has been the best time to talk to parents, to encourage children to do something, contribute towards home rather than just following, because essentially the homes and schools are connected. Children are coming to us from homes. So any change that we implement in school, if it is streamlined at home as well, if the home and the school are on the same page, it's easier and more effective product can be achieved through that. So collaborative parenting is something, if we could communicate through schools to parents as of now, because right now in the COVID situation, parents are playing the role of teachers at home. They're ready to listen. They're really ready to listen to us, because now they're wondering how were the children handled in school so beautifully and so happily for 6 hours. So they're looking for tips from us. So we could reach out to parents and share with them how children can be, for example, even simple thing like a dinner table conversation, where the children are allowed to talk about small issues or big issues which concern them. And parents actually lend an ear to them and listen to their side of the argument. And then somewhere reach a point where anything that's done in school and at home is done together it would be very effective.
Yeah, very, very interesting, Vandana ma'am. I think you touched the very core basics of creativity, which I could see that on the reflection side of the child, and I think creating a bridge between the home and the school, the maybe pre-COVID times and today in the digital times also, where we are talking about the school-home relations, because that is where the flexibility comes in. At the stakeholder, I think as a parent comes with the school, there's a lot of innovation which can happen at the curriculum side, because what you are emphasizing, that very, very nice idea of a dinner table discussions, because there where the child comes out, open its own thoughts, and that thoughts can be gathered and can be shared with the concerned teachers, school, and then it can get, and talking about more of innovative practices which child can inculcate and come out with a bigger, with a stronger personality. And the traits can be found out, because what has happened with NEP also, NEP strongly emphasized on locating the best talent within the child, so that potentialities of the child has to be seen, has to be analyzed, and has to be open to the world so that he can explore itself. So that is very important as part of the educator, which you, I think, very rightly pointed out on the assessment side, because the child has to be assessed, I think, from the society, from the formal system, and anyway from the delivery system which is happening at the school level, and where the mother, father, and the nears, they are involved in the parenting of the child. So very interesting thoughts. I think it has started with a good a trigger point, that how the child can be more creative if we are giving them an offer of a very flexible and innovative curriculum. So I'll come back to you a little later, and then we can have some common discussion on creativity again. So I'll go back to Malini ma'am, where I think you can share your thoughts.
Your mic is muted.
Yeah. I've got it unmuted now. Thank you so much, Dr. Akash. I would like to talk about, the focus that has been placed in early education, and the flexibility and the innovativeness that has been included in the ECCE. So we can always talk about flexibility at the senior secondary level and the other levels later. So the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, the 5 has been a landmark decision, I think, because so far, I think the country has always been obsessed with institutions of higher education. We've rarely focused with such zeal, enthusiasm, and with such passion at the primary education level now. Because historically also, India has always been a, family bound country as far as education goes. So the early childhood was always focused upon by the family. So now that we are talking about getting 5 years, a whole chunk, a large impactful time span of a child in the schools, I think this is going to be the most important game changer in the whole thing. And especially now that research shows that 85% to 90% of child's cognitive development happens before 6. I think this is the point that we really need to look at. And I'm delighted that the NEP has actually put some benchmarks and timelines for the implementation. Otherwise, we've always seen the education system policy to action has always been very, very nebulous. So here we have some tight timelines that we are talking about. We're saying we will ensure that at least 4 crore children between the ages 3 to 11 reach school and have access by 2030. But further to that, it talks about 2025 as a date, as a year of reckoning, where they say by grade 3, all of them need to have achieved literacy and numeracy. And I think that's a tight target for anybody to achieve. And if we do that, I think that's going to be a great, it's going to be a human service, because we would have got so many kids into the school first. And the curriculum itself, we'll talk about curriculum and pedagogy here, because the very first statement that's made in ECCE is about flexibility. It's about let the child learn when he comes to the school at in a language of comfort. Language of comfort is seen to be the mother tongue most of the time, and the dropout rate, majority, the main reason for it is usually the child not being able to connect with the alien environment which is available in school. So the moment we move to the mother tongue, I think the comfort factor comes in. It talks about it being multifaceted, which means not so much stress on writing and forcing the child into getting into textual material, but fun-filled, multifaceted, play way, discovery method, something engaging. So if we look at the history of the dropout rate from age 5 to age 14, we would see that the dropout rate consistently increases in the in the education system, which means I recall that beautiful song which says we need no education, so bringing us back to this, there must be something that we are doing in school which is really not keeping the children with us. So therefore I think moving away from boring curriculum, fixed curriculum, to something and a threatening environment. Many schools we've seen, in suburbs and in outside areas, children actually detest coming to school because there is somebody there threatening, and what they're doing in school has got no connection with what they do in real life. And the curriculum itself is so plateaued that there is no one-to-one connect and engagement with the children. So NEP, I think, has brought a halt to all of that. It talks about give them the environment that they are looking at, give them the fun that they need, give them the knowledge that they can connect with locally, which means there is a lot of local art, craft, culture, language, and music and dance that they can connect with. So it is supposed to be a multi-sensory experience, especially the ECC. Now, in this whole exercise, we have not been able to, we haven't been told to do a hit and trial, because NCERT has been very clearly mandated. It's been told that you will work on two systems, which means you would work on something for the children of 0 to 3, and then you will also work on something between 3 to 8. Give clear guidelines. Let's not focus only on the inputs. Now let's take a look at the outputs that we are getting. So learning outcomes becomes a big, huge, focus area. And within the curriculum and the pedagogy, they're talking about it is not just literacy and numeracy. It's going to be personal development. It's going to be good behavior, personal hygiene, anything that the child would require as personal values first, and second as interpersonal values, because after all, he is moving from the comfort of his home to a different environment. So all those skills that he or she requires to be out there in a new world is what the NEP propounds for ECC. And of course, at the focus of it is literacy and numeracy. They say that by the end of grade 3, 2025, every child should be able to read and do some basic mathematics. That's the focus. And of course, the Right to Education Act, we know that it's kind of we pushed it right till 14 years and till the end of school, which was earlier till 14. Now it's going to be available right till the end of school. Now, coming to the pedagogical aspects in the curriculum itself, how are we going to actually find out whether the children have achieved their learning outcomes or not? Another reason which has been identified for dropout is that the child is not being able to achieve his minimum level of learning at every stage. And therefore, it becomes a cumulative learning gap. And that cumulative learning gap over a period of time, by the time he reaches 3rd, 4th, 5th,
it becomes so massive for the child that he balks at the idea of going to school at all, because something that's being taught there is totally not fathomable by him. So that is one aspect that we are looking at, because they're talking about continuous assessment. It is about continuous remediation. It is also about bringing the parents and the community on board, getting people to come in as local leaders to reach out to the community to ensure that all the kids that who enthusiastically came to the school on their first day when they were 3 years old continue to stay there, because that is the connect that we are doing, which means motivating the community to send their kids, motivating the parents to stay focused with the children's content, and of course that very important bridge that they're talking about. They're saying before the child comes to class 1, knowing the diversity that exists in the country in terms of quality, in terms of teachers, in terms of infrastructure, everything, all the children should go through a 3 months play school preparation before they enter class 1 level. And we all know, and of course UN has also talked about it during the COVID time, saying the midday meals, the meals that were served in the school, was always a great support for the the disadvantaged group, which actually motivated the children to enter the school because their meals were looked after. So all those aspects have actually been beautifully covered. This time they've included health checkup too, so to ensure that it's a holistic thing for the children, it's a holistic experience for the children. While their focus of literacy and numeracy is looked after, their overall development in terms of values, in terms of their social behavior, in terms of their health, their nourishment, everything's looked after in those years of 5+3. So I think that kind of initially sums up, and I'll definitely love to talk about a little more on all of this.
Thank you, Manali ma'am, for excellent remarks. And I think the focus on early childhood education and how you have commented actually, talks about the problem statement of our nation, because that is where the problem lied for so many years after independence. And early childhood education has been a neglected part of the policy planning as part of the curricular framework from NCERT, which has not been seen in the last NEP policy also. But this time, anyway, NEP states that there will be a curricular for the early childhood curricular framework will be with us for very soon in this another 1 to 2 years. We'll be having that document with us, because all the early childhood education centers, so they have they have been following with their own given parts, either by the state governments or by the central governments or by the local bodies. So there was not a structured curricula which can get delivered and the teachers can follow. So I would like to just ask one thing which has been worrying me as well, because when we are talking about foundational literacy, numeracy, achievement surveys have indicated a huge learning gaps, which has been done by the NCERT also and by the organization called ACER, which we all are aware of.
Yes.
That has been a national achievement surveys, which we have every time indicated that there has been a gap in the science and the maths, in that kind of a learning. So where do you feel the role of a teacher is in the part of the early childhood education, which he or she has to, go for now to re-evolve itself after the NEP has come in?
Yeah. So actually, the teacher education in the mainstream has always been focusing on in-service training and all of that. But mostly in the pre-primary areas, there are a whole lot of, Anganwadis and standalone Anganwadis, pre-primary schools. Like you mentioned, the structure was not a final one. Each one did what they thought was the best for the child, but without having a standardized, benchmark of what the outcome should be. after the first year, what should the child know? After the second year, and we know that NCERT has come up with the learning outcomes, but that is primarily for class 1 upwards. There was nothing to actually judge what happened to the child before that, and we've lost out 3 precious years before they actually came into class 1. So this kind of structure, and of course the policy also talks about a beautiful national repository of all the content that every teacher, whether in Anganwadi or in any other pre-primary school, should be able to access. And now that we are moving digital, with every child knowing that there are apps by which he can learn, there is so much that's happening. And there is adaptive learning that's come in, that's augmented learning that's come in. There is artificial intelligence which is helping the teachers to gauge the performance of the children. With all of this coming together, it is now mandated on us that each one of us, in fact that policy also says every citizen's duty is to take on and teach another adult or another child, and spread the message. So at the primary level, when we talk about use of technology, I think all the training that can now happen to strengthen the hands of the primary, pre-primary teachers can be done now, and the standardization would happen. Though the states have been given enough flexibility, but states also understand that if a national body is bringing in best practices from at a national level and from international research, I think that would be something that everybody would be open to utilize. So I think that would more or less sum up the work that is happening at the pre-primary level.
Thank you for your comments here. I would throw back question to all the panelists here, because when I meet teachers from primary school personally or from the private schools where I'm also involved, so they feel little discouraged sometimes because they are not being attended on the monetary compensation side, because that is where the gap has also been there from the PRT, TGT, and PGTs. So that is what that has also has to be addressed by the community who are in the role of managing schools, so that they can be compensated. And that policy should also come in, because that is also very important at the early childhood education level, where the teachers involved should feel that I am equally compensated, so that I can bring innovation, engage with child, and do a dedicated a part of as a duty. So that sometimes misses, because that is also a very important part of the motivational angle of a teacher. So thanks again, and I would go to my third panelist here, Deepika. Can you unmute your mic here?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deepika. Good afternoon. So welcome to this session, and kindly share your thoughts on, because we have been hearing the two great panelists here. So please share your thoughts.
So it was lovely to hear all of them. So very excited after NEP 2020. India's standing economic condition is a reflection of its education system. And specifically, for primary foundational year literacy and numeracy. So what I see is, as the study suggests, that 50% of the learners, even 5 years into the education, cannot clear the basic reading test and one-digit subtraction. So, it was high time whatever the NEP is addressing at the moment should have happened years back, because we have failed to acquire literacy and numeracy at the foundational years. So, I feel the flexibility in curriculum and continuously development in curriculum is what is needed at the moment. Really happy that it has been introduced. When you say the successes in a few in premier institutions which are elite cannot be success of the entire educational system. Go to Indian hinterlands and it's a total different story there. So I guess when NEP says in 10 years time everybody is to have the basic foundational reading skills, well, very encouraging. and very happy to hear. And I firstly feel that, till date we have been preparing our students for knowledge jobs. So there is a huge gap between what is required in the market and what the demand and supply don't actually balance. So strategy is that you have to have a curriculum which is more flexible. And thus the creative and innovation in curriculum, in the education system is important, and it needs to be integral part in the holistic education pattern of India. So creative ideas actually give way to innovation processes. Improved innovative processes finally translates into a very nice and increased competitiveness, which is very much needed. So fostering skills which are related to creativity and innovation in our instructional method of, say, training and education is going to facilitate the human resource which is really required in the present scenario and which has been missing so far. So what you were coming to earlier, I would like to speak when it comes about, I think we need to have empowered teachers, which is also missing. When I ask a lot of teachers and would they describe themselves as creative, most of them still think creative being in forms of performance related. Can they do drawing? Can they do one act play? Can they do music? Whereas creativity is a very larger concept. It's relating to unknown concepts. It's finding solutions to where they were not present earlier. So I would say we need to have empowered teachers who are professionally developed, who do research, who work, who do collaboration, who review the curriculum continuously and actually cater to the needs of the students. So for me, training the trainers and bringing them to think what is creative is very important if we really want this policy to be implemented to its fullest. Coming on to the pedagogy part of it, I feel, we need to have a very flexible layout in the classroom. The talking of brain-based learning is something which I'm totally in for. Because again, my previous panelist is absolutely right. When the students come to school, the present system, it's very rigid. And it does actually give a lot of stress to the students. So if you really want a complete holistic learning taking place, you need to get them to be stress-free. You need to have a biologically driven classroom where all the senses are aroused for learning. So a teacher needs a bigger work for the teacher to do. She needs to first understand all the context and the concepts, and then actually get into creating an environment which is creative for the students. And I feel hands-on learning is very important, and that is missing because so far we've been having a very theory-based approach. So plus, I think if you have an emotional connect, I mean, why can't we throw challenges to our students and ask them to find solutions for problems in the local community, for example? I think that would really help. I think teach thought is what we need to work about. It is not about memorization anymore. I'm glad it's happened, because NEP 2020 is more like a creative renaissance, in making. I hope it happens, and I think the educators and the policymakers need to actually work on the its sincere implementation.
Yes.
So the challenge is huge. I think again coming back to pedagogy is, I think using more unconventional methods than whatever we are doing. For example, why can't we have TED speakers and students watching their role models and leaders there? Why can't we have more listening through podcasts? Why can't social media be used for it? Because that is something which is really used. And pandemic has actually rebooted the entire education system technically. So that is something which is, and why can't learners be accepted when we talk about flexibility? Learners be accepted in the way they want to present their learning. It could be a presentation, it could be a speech, it could be, I think you need to have more of divergent learning than convergent. Convergent, of course, there is analysis based, there is one final answer. Divergent is you could have the answers in so many ways. So I think that is something which is needed to happen. So there is a need to be going in the class with an open mind and progressive, and having the learners to be given an environment where they can learn and present their own learning in their own way. Inquiry-based method is fantastic. I think they learn the way they want, they present their solutions, and there can be discussion, So I feel creativity has lots to do with problem solving. I mean, when you say think designing is breaking the complex issues, into bits and then finding the solution. So those are the things that we should go for, and that's needed. What about project-based learning? So those are the things that they could be doing. Collaboration, I think collaboration is something very important, which the teachers could use at a big time, which the learners could use at a big time. So I think collaboration is one thing that could go a big way. Coming back to the EC, my previous panelist was talking, and I absolutely agree with her, and lots has been already said about it. So I'll just say that when and the study suggests that if by the class 3 you have not achieved what according to learning you should have, things become really difficult and challenging in terms of academic progress and quality of life. So I absolutely endorse the foundational year literacy and numeracy to be successful in terms of having a better quality of life more than anything else. I feel that if that happens, we would be having a lot of problems solved at that very basic level. Coming to your question of addressing the remuneration part of primary teachers, I again feel that is so true, and that should happen. I think all of us collectively should go about it, because it is finally related to being appreciated. And the more you appreciate, because those, you got to water the roots. And if the roots are good, you would have a better tree. I feel, if our students are, if their strength is judged not on the weight of the books, but on the wealth of their learning, if their merit is judged not on memory, but analysis, logic, reasoning, if the value of the student is judged not by the degree, but their application, if we follow this perspective, we would have quality education is superior to a lot of countries in developing world. So better education than that. So once the perspective needs to change a big time, which I feel NEP 2020 should bring into it, which it is going to happen, I feel.
Thank you, Deepika ji, and I think you focused on all the aspects very beautifully. And because once we talk about holistic curriculum, and that has its own challenges, and that has to be on the side of the pedagogy, because a lot of policy planners who have after NEP came out commented that it can be difficult because it's too flexible. So that was very contradictory on the approach which NEP panel took it, because creating where we are pushing in more vocationalization of education, where the students be asked to go beyond their classrooms. But then where is the access, and where is the affordability, and where are the resources? Because if we talk about country as a whole, where 80% of our student population is going to the government schools or government aided schools, where the teachers are somewhere state schools also, they're not being paid nicely, so they're not feeling encouraged to go and innovate their own classroom. So how will this happen? So that is a much bigger challenge which we'll be facing in the years to come, and the NEP has to be fully implemented. I think that the state's responsibility, or from the level of the central government and from the ministries, from the side of the the teacher education institutions. Everybody has to have a huge role to play, because once we are trying to talk about educating through creativity, because creativity can only come when we are giving a free and flexible environment, and then free and flexible environment to be because what we have seen in last 70 years, there was a lot of inspector system in the schools, and that inspector Raj, you can say, where the teacher asked to give outcomes more on attendance than on learning outcomes. So it was attendance, that was the to push school into to push the child into the school, that was more a priority than to get the outcome from the child. And that is where we lost on employability skills, because somewhere I personally think that school governance have to be totally revamped and totally given a reset button, so that the principals there, the school leaders and the teachers concerned as a group, they can come together, and then only we can see a new wave happening. So curriculum flexibility can happen, but yes, it has a lot of blockades that has to be removed first. Then we can be very ambitious, as NEP says and talks about. So
yeah, it is a very aspirational policy. Yeah, but then
this year will also agree. Vandana ji also talked about, Malini ji also talked about, and because whenever we are trying to speak after NEP got released, the private school leaders, the principals, the coordinators, headmistresses, everybody is so happy that what we have been doing, that has been now stamped.
Yeah.
But only the 20% of India's population. So
I agree.
Children, but the responsibility goes, and we are, because this is a a think tank discussions here which is happening. So this is more for them as well, where we have to think about them, because NEP comes out very nicely and sweetly say that one school, private school, can adopt a government school.
Yes.
Have been doing a community engagement programs, and personally where I'm involved, I did this was 7-8 years back, and that experiment worked very nicely with our kids, and the students used to go, and then maybe on Diwali or any festivals, they used to go to the government school, talk about hygiene or exchange gifts, so that they can understand the other side of the government school as well. Because we have the privileged lot in the private school sector, but those in the government schools, they are little less on the facility side. So and less on the facility, and more onto the curriculum delivery, which is very much a focused point for them, because that is being monitored and measured by the state authorities. So the children were, which I have myself interacted, I'll share my experience, and they were not happy at all, because what Malini talked about, the midday meal was a huge attraction.
Yeah.
NEP also very, now NEP talks about breakfast also.
Yeah.
Another addition, because she talked about nourishment, which is anywhere good, enabler to bring the child back to the school. Because then children, because you talked about dropouts, we have seen as per the survey also, the girls dropout rate is much higher, because they drop out very early. Because once they start reaching puberty, adolescence, the mothers and the family withdraw. So that, because there's no facilities, there are no training, there are no hygiene levels. So that becomes a very problematic concern and an issue for the state government also, and for the any school which is there in that in the village or in a pocket. So these are the things which we have to see. I think from the private school community, the school can come forward, and school leaders can come forward. Because
so I've done it. I adopted 2 government schools, but again, we actually had them over on the weekends, so they could use the infrastructure. They could use whatever our students. I used to have flipped classes for senior for 9 to 12 on Saturdays.
Right.
So that's the time the teachers were also helping the students, senior students from these schools.
Right.
Yeah.
So thank you, ma'am. I think what because we have time. Gulshan ji, are you there? Because I was told that there's one more panelist I'm not seeing on that screen.
There's a lady already there. Already she's here. She's here.
I'm not seeing in my screen.
No, she's here. She's here. She has come from the Z television. She's already over here from the Z group.
Right. So should we wait, because or you can, because I'm not seeing.
No. Madam is a part of your group.
Okay. Because I'm seeing.
No. If you could kindly have a look at it, she's right over here, right over here, Dr. Saab. She's there. She's there.
Dr. Hepzibah is there with us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right, ma'am.
She's
Hi,
right.
everyone.
Ah, good morning. How are you?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
We lost you actually.
Good morning, Dr. Akash, and thank you.
Madam, once you start, Dr. Akash will see you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the floor is open for you, ma'am. You can share your thoughts.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Akash, for that warm welcome, and it was a nice discussion on NPE. And I do feel it is a very wonderful step from the government side and also from the education department of the country. And the topic that I would like to concentrate upon is fostering critical thinking and analytical skills through hands-on learning in child education. And this hands-on learning has been put in other words by CBSE a few months back or around 1 year back as experiential learning into their training modules in capacity building. And this experiential learning is nothing but learning by doing. And if we see way back, Aristotle wrote, for the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. So this hands-on learning has been around since many years when Aristotle's idea of learning, where he said, instead of learning about the things before we can do them, we can learn them by doing them. So ultimately, this idea became very popular in the year 1950s itself. And this hands-on learning and experiential learning quickly became a staple in American education. May not be in our education, but if we also think back to when we were in the school, you might have taken classes such as home science, sewing, or even auto mechanics, or maybe schedule featured music and painting or photography. And then later on, if we look at the school schedule, all these things became extracurricular, or some of them like auto mechanics and all have been pushed into trade schools. And then the students, later on, the students need to complete handouts and then sit through the lectures and taking endless notes and reading through expensive textbooks and so on. But in early 2000, there was an increasing pressure for drastic improvements on national test scores, which led to a nationwide shift in education. Schools were faced with the challenge of improving test scores and while also staying under budget. And they were ultimately forced to cut these programs like sewing or home science or whatever it is. And then they started with the curriculum, with a lecture-based curriculum, geared towards improving test scores and at the same time reducing the expenditure. This hands-on experience that was once thought of as key to make a student an all-rounder has disappeared from the classrooms some time back. And later, once again, it stepped in with the STEM curriculum, sorry. The STEM curriculum is based on interdisciplinary applied approach, and it's based on the idea of educating students in 4 specific disciplines like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Instead of simply listening to an instructor lecture or on a given subject, the student is engaged with the subject matter to solve a problem or create something more or less. It becomes the hands-on approach again. So why should this hands-on learning approach should be there? Because it unleashes the power of learning by doing. So different students learn in different ways, and forcing all to adhere to a similar style of learning limits their learning capacity, we know, to 2/3 or even more. It's like assessing a fish for its skill in climbing a tree or assessing an elephant for its skill in swimming or flying. So we know that all students are not the same, and which is why we incorporate these progressive teaching methods in all of our classrooms. Basically, there are 3 types of learners. if we look into that. And these are visual learners and auditory learners and kinesthetic learners. So thus, if we see one by one, that is visual learners, if we take, and this visual learning is often called book learning, has been the prevailing method since a long time, compelling students to read, remember, and recite the information on a page in reports or tests and quizzes. And then this method is most frequently used by all teachers during early childhood for school-aged children, where information is traditionally taught by using picture books, flashcards, and later textbooks. But later on, it became very interesting. That is, later the digital boards and the digital content has become a boon for these visual learners. Next, coming to the second type of learners, that is auditory learners. Most commonly, this auditory learning is observed in many schools and colleges. They rely upon taking an instructor's information through listening to them live or through a pre-recorded session, requiring students to take notes accordingly throughout the process. And this form of learning may or may not encourage discussions, depending on the instructor, of course. And the third type, if we come and see, this is kinesthetic learning or kinesthetic learners. If we look into that, the word kinesiology as the study is meaning. Its meaning is study of human movement, and it's most commonly referred to as hands-on learning. And studies have shown that kinesthetic learning, where a student carries out physical activities rather than listening to a lecture. Its most popular type of learning with students doing helps them to gain a better understanding of the material as they mingle both visual and auditory learning styles which demands complete participation from the student. It allows the student to experiment with trial and error, learn from their mistakes, and understand the potential gaps between the theory and practice. So this hands-on learning, it works with every student, I feel, because it bears the severe shyness or anxiety, and it's uniquely positioned to support or elevate any type of learner. Students that prefer to listen to their lesson can hear the instructor, and those that do well with the visuals can watch the instructor or the procedures that are being used inside the classroom. Rather than a hands-on learning, should be a functional part of every lesson plan, if only to familiarize students and with the models and materials they will use later in their higher studies or in their professions, of course. And if we see this hands-on learning or the experiential learning, it's very powerful because it's a biology lab that teaches a future scientist to be comfortable with the dissection or whatever. And the vehicle shop experience that helps a future mechanic understands the shades of an engine, and with not just their eyes and ears, but also with actual hands-on training. It gives students the opportunity to self-correct any educational missteps in the moment with professional guidance of a teacher or an instructor. With notes notes can be copied down incorrectly, and a teacher may talk too quickly, but the live experiences are always registered in the brain as holistic experiences, helping the students to remember better and learn better when they are allowed to experience the subject matter rather than being distanced from it by a third-hand narrative experience or with a dry passage textbook. And this also encourages the students to think out of the box, persuading them to experiment with the explore the problems, tools, and substances they will work with regularly in their chosen careers. it also offers a welcome relief from the rote repetition of book learning or lecturing. The fact is that both children and adults do have a limited attention span. We all know that. And the sound of an instructor's voice may become a drone after an hour of class. Legs and backs may not rest, may get restless from sitting in place, and thoughts drift away as students become passive learners rather than active participants in their classroom experiences. Gossip and private conversation, we all know that, and it can become a distraction as students away from the front row seat alternate stimulation during class hours as they are not completely engaged. Hands-on learning uproots this tired setup, allowing students to move, discuss, interact with, and truly engage with in the lesson. And this rather than echo, listen, take notes, and then remember, and so on. But it becomes a magical experience. This hands-on learning becomes a magical experience that students retain it in the same way like visiting a museum or a movie theater or trying a new type of food. It's interesting, and thus the subject matter becomes easier to recall and more exciting to explore. And if we come to the benefits of this hands-on learning approach, as there are many benefits as the learning happens when the brain is engaged in making connections and creating familiar patterns. And if we see the first benefit, it's more subject matter can be retained by the students because students experience a huge increase. Students experience a huge increase. They have experienced, the studies are showing that they have experienced a huge increase in the amount of information that they retain when given the opportunity to practice well what they are learning in the form of hands-on training. Studies have shown that when students sit and listen passively in a lecture style environment, they retain only 20% of the presented information. When they are given the opportunity to practice what they have just learned, their retention capacity has increased to 75%.
Yeah,
And
I'll
it
interrupt.
also gives a stimulated learning. Sir.
Sorry to interrupt you because we have
It's okay, sir.
5 minutes left, and I've been already asked to close the session in 5 minutes. So because we have few questions and we can leave the floor open. I think you have very much clearly focused upon on hands-on learning, and that is again because the whole NEP talked about. So that can be discussed, but there is one challenge which comes in and has been spoken a lot about, that how to handle the timetable. Because in the hands-on learning and wherever learning by doing you talked about, because of the Dakar framework, if we can all recollect the Dakar framework where the 4 pillars of education was announced, and that was on learning to be and learning to know and learning to do and learning to live together. So if you see the NEP of today, it has evolved and revolved around the theme of 4 pillars of education, and which you very rightly pointed out in your presentation. That has a lot of role to play now on hands-on learning. But certainly the challenges will be there for the school planners and on how to handle the timetable if given only the 6 hours. So I think we can, because I'll just throw open one or two with which has been coming onto the side of my thinking, that today's NEP talks about flexibility, talks about openness in all subjects, where children are going beyond schools, beyond classrooms. They are being advised to take them to the experiential side, where visit to monuments, visit to historical locations, visit to science museums. But yeah, there are certain limitations behind. So to all my panelists, I'll give maybe a minute we have with us, that where you think can come as a contradict if we have to develop a holistic personality, where can have a core competency to be a scientist or to be an artist, and that to an ace artist, and then parallelly sidewise opening the curriculum. Will the two merge together, or will this curriculum be creating a mediocrity in our system? Because the future learners, the today's learners will be the future employers or the employees and will create wealth for this nation. So my question to all the panelists is here. So I can start with Vandana because she has been waiting for, thanks for your patience. So kindly give 1 minute. What do you think, so that all the participants can gather from it?
Okay, when we are trying to universalize education, we are always we run a risk of creating mediocrity. But then there are entry and exit points by which we can enhance the quality of education, like private schools have done vis-a-vis the other schools. So I feel a very good takeaway from here is to personalize education. See, when we are going to be focusing on the foundation, the very foundation, that is the early years of education, we have stronger children, we have emotionally more stable children, and at the same time, we need to focus on the teacher education program, like you rightly mentioned about. It's very important. The one thing that I want to talk about here is that we must train teachers with pedagogies we are expecting them to teach in the classroom. The difficulty is that as educators, we are working with colleagues. We have been trained with a different pedagogy. So the mindset will happen quicker if there's intervention in the school systems in terms of training the teachers with the different pedagogy. Right. So personalization of education will automatically keep the quality of education high. That's
Thanks for your
Thank you.
Malini ma'am, you can comment.
Yeah. Dr. Akash, the NEP that talks about flexibility is not something that has come into the world for the very first time. These have been ideas that have been tried out in multiple boards and world across, and we've always seen that yes, our children have always performed outside as they went, but there always has been one irking point for all the children. They are usually compartmentalized, and the liberation of doing what they wanted to do was never given to them. And this NEP has been a liberation for most of them, because while my student may be very, very passionate about chemistry, but may not want to do physics at all. So this gives him or her the flexibility of picking and choosing subjects. Yes, it is going to be a challenge initially, but the choices could also be limited initially and then opened up. And now that we have explored the other world of online learning, there could be a blended form. While he says that I would take online classes on Western classical music from so and so somewhere, and I would learn so much in school. So this is the kind of liberation that we have never ever exercised in our schools. And I think NEP has come, and NEP has been worked out for pre-COVID times. It never got, it now doesn't recognize the teachers who moved ahead by leaps and bounds in 100 days or 120 days of the COVID. So the times are different now, and NEP would have been more than happy to see our teachers now. Even the teachers who were actually so hesitant to use technology are now actually doing it 24/7. I mean, so we're really talking about times which are different. And I'd like to comment on Dr. Hepzibah's comment on, how this hands-on training kind of went somewhere else. I would now like to say that co-curriculum, everything is now merged, so which gives a lot of scope to the child.
Thank you so much.
Curricular and co-curriculum.
I think we have already touched, because
overshot. I know.
Yes. I don't know, Dr. Gulshanji will allow us for 1 or 2 minutes, or should we close the session?
Sure, sir, sure. Something very innovative is coming. I'm a silent listener and a student.
Because we are coming now with the lunch is being served now.
No worries, sir. Lunch you are hosting, no problem. We can take 1 or 2 more minutes.
Virtual lunch, so yeah.
We can take.
I think Deepika is.
Can I take a minute, sir, for concluding?
Yeah, you can conclude.
Yeah. But what I said is hands-on learning. It's there right now. It's there into the curriculum. I know that. I'm coming to that, but I was stopped abruptly in between, so I could not complete. But it's developing this hands-on learning. It develops 4 C's. That is 4 C's. That is four kinds of skills. That is critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. All these 4 C's of the 21st century's education are being developed with the hands-on learning. What we need to remember is students who are able to think critically are able to solve problems effectively in future. And the teachers or the instructors, what they need to remember is they need to remember that the students are not receivers of information, but they are the users of information. So our concentration and our focus as instructors should be in that direction, I feel. And of course, this hands-on learning has been incorporated, and it is being utilized in almost all the schools. But there are limitations, once again, if we see, and still even today, we see many schools find it difficult to incorporate these hands-on projects or principles into student work, because this can be a challenge for, especially for public schools or government schools or so-called government schools, which often have tight budgets and less freedom in developing curriculum. And there are some other barriers, that is lack of training and limited resources and biased preconceptions. And the most important thing is time constraints, because there is a pressure upon the teacher, there is a pressure upon the schools to complete the syllabus or the curriculum, the prescribed curriculum within a span of time, a particular span of time. But whereas if we go for this hands-on learning, it's mostly done in pairs or in groups, which is time-consuming activity. But definitely it is beneficial, though it's a bit of time-consuming. If it is pre-planned by the teacher properly and then take it ahead, we can have the pre-planning is very, very important in this. So we can have this in a more effective way within the time span that is allowed for the teacher. And so learning by doing provides better results definitely over time. And as students move through school and on to their careers, and with the valuable skills like critical analytical thinking or the problem solving skills, because they can solve the future problems very effectively in their careers, because the problems that they are going to face in their professions are not written. Every day's problem is not written in the textbook, or they are not learning inside the school, but with hands-on experience, and these skills can be carried on with the student or with a person. It's a lifelong learning, because the text, what they are learning or what they are preparing for the examinations, they may forget after a few months or after a few years. But the hands-on learning, the skills that they are gaining will stay on with them for a lifelong, because the hands-on learning is a lifelong learning experience, which they can carry on forever till death, I mean. Okay, and thank you, Dr. Akash ji, for giving me this extra minute. Thank you so much for the participation that you have, for the opportunity that you have given me.
Before closing this session, I'll just put a point here, because to all our panelists who are serving schools, so we have to get our children ready once we are done with the hands-on training, the kind of analytical skills, the critical thinking skills, so that they can decide on their career, because that is very important. The counseling sessions have to be so with so much scientifically driven, the whole process within the school system, so that they can decide on the vocational trade which they are having, so that they should not land up in a trade which they feel that, okay, I've lost somewhere, because that is where they're the crucial years of their foundation for the higher education, and for the any kind of let's say entrepreneurial opportunity also. So their skill test should be very, very methodologically should be very clear, and scientifically should be proven, so that that analytical skill should take them into a journey which they can be very successful. So thanks again. I think all the panelists have been great here, and we have all enriched ourselves with this wonderful session. With the concluding remarks, I must say that everybody feels so happy and contented today, and I can see the happiness index all around, where because of the NEP, which gives a lot of freedom. So it's like a fluid which is running. It's like a water, and it has to flow. And NEP empowers us, which few of the panelists talked about. So that will take us, and I think in a journey of creating holistic personalities, will be very successful. And as a team of the educators all across India, certainly will make a bigger and a greater India, where the whole world will look forward that how our education system from the last 5,000 years have been, from the Gurukul to the modern, and it has all been gone to the roots again, and we are nourishing through the roots and bringing us back to the future learners. So thanks again, Gulshan ji, for giving me this an opportunity to moderate this session and share my thoughts. Thanks, Vandana ma'am. Thanks, Malini ma'am, Deepika, and Habziba, Dr. Habziba. Thank you for your the great thoughts which you have shared on this platform. And certainly, I think I've noted many of them which we will be implementing in our day-to-day educational practices. Thanks again, Gulshan ji, for.
Thank you, Dr. Akash Khandelwal.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Gulshan ji. Thank you, Dr. Akash ji.
Malini ma'am,
Thank you for that panel.
I brought you on the center stage because you have triggered about 36 questions from world over. I'm showing you on my WhatsApp.
Okay.
You mentioned something in between. People want to know that with clarity.
Okay.
You made a mention that the national education policy was prepared before the COVID got in. So the perspective of making the policy was that they were not knowing that teacher, what pedagogy they have got. Would you like to give some clarification? Because there are 37 queries now which have come.
I hope they're not gunning for me, Dr. Gulshan.
It's positive. They want to understand.
Yes. So I actually wanted to compliment all the teachers and compliment the educational fraternity for, technology was always, an area where it took us great effort as school leaders to take the teacher to the technology. Though a lot of them would be happy to use it, it was always an add-on to what they were doing. It was never, embedded the way it is now. Now they are within technology. So it is, it's a without and a within.
So it would facilitate the implementation of the policy faster?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It would. Okay. Definitely, because it would have accelerated it so many times more. Because implementation, the taste of the medicine is in having it. So NEP, unless it's implemented, everybody is talking about implementation as though it's going to take another 10 years. Actually, it will not. If we had the will and use technology, the most effective manner, then we would have fast tracked and we would have leapfrogged that phase where we are still waiting for it to happen. And each one can do it at their own pace. So we are not forcing the Anganwadis to run the same race as a public school, pre-primary school. So we understand the diversity, but there is enough scope and space given to everyone to run their own races. But we have also said, you cannot run it so slowly that you push us to 2050. Your target and everybody's target is, 2025. So choose the race and choose the lane that you're going to run in. And the digital lane is the fastest. I am sure Vandana agrees with it. She's smiling.
Thank you.
In agreement, I think.
Thank you. So the clarification which I gave all of them, that in the new education policy, the technology was in totality incorporated, but it was to come in phases. And because of the lockdown, it has come faster. That is the crux.
Absolutely. It's come in such a way that it's been like a tsunami for us.
Okay. So So point well taken. So I hope all of you, those are watching on the watch party and the Facebook, of course on the Zoom I'm talking, but I'm telling all of you that she has clarified that the new education policy brought the technology input, but had the corona not been there, had this pandemic not been there, it would have moved at a little slower pace. And now, because there was a need and there was a necessity, and because of that, the teachers have also adopted, principals have also adopted. So it's in a positive way. She conveyed that things have moved much faster. Thank you very much, ma'am.
If I may add to that, if I may just add to that, the Corona time has also brought in the new pedagogies which are to be implemented through NEP. Yes. Automatically, we are working with the blended model of learning.
Our chamber at this point of time is not sharing the secrets, the senses which we have carried out from the world over. In a way, it will take some time. We might share on the Teachers' Day on 5th of September. But in a polite way, I would tell you that most of the students are very happy. Of course, we are taking different age groups. We are taking different age groups. If I have got a boyfriend and girlfriend, then it is a different thing. But if I am in a different age bracket, they are more happy by the digital and the flip learning than coming to a classroom. And they say sometime the subject was covered so fast, we could not assimilate, we could not get it in totality. But now we can repeat, there is repeated mode, we can listen, we can watch, we can see any point of time. So technology certainly is going to facilitate. And on a laughter note, we will go for the lunch with the permission of Dr. Akash Khandelwalji, because he chaired the session. Most of the principals, when I talk to, and world over, they are laughing and they are conveying and they are saying that at this point of time, the principals are not the actual principals, those are in schools or colleges, but principals are parents because they are watching how education is being imparted, how a particular teacher is. So ladies and gentlemen, this transparency has brought one good thing, that anybody who is a hardworking, who is sincere, who has put in a lot of efforts, they had gone unnoticed earlier. And some of them they have been enjoying. So now the system will make everything transparent, that your hard work would be recognized at the international level, like this particular deliberation and this particular panel discussion before lunch. So all of you now enjoy the lunch, which is hosted by Dr. Akash Khandelwalji. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
In your future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.